Rosebud and the Devil of Bellweather. A Dark Romance Audiobook. Chapter 1. Bellweather's Favorite Daughter. The first firework of the day exploded at 9 in the morning, and Rose Merritt knew somebody in Bellweather was going to lose a finger before sunset. She closed her eyes, counted to 3, then returned to the disaster currently unfolding inside City Hall. "No, Earl," she said into her phone with the patience of a woman who had earned sainthood through paperwork. "We cannot move the parade route because your cousin decided to park his barbecue trailer on Main Street." A pause. Her expression pinched. "No, sir. Being a veteran does not exempt the trailer from the fire code." Another pause. Rose sighed. "Yes, sir. I appreciate your service, too." She hung up before Earl Jenkins could launch into his annual speech about government overreach and brisket rights. The phone rang again immediately, naturally. Outside her office window, Bellweather, Texas, shimmered beneath a July sun hot enough to bake pie on a pickup hood. American flags lined Main Street. Volunteers hammered bunting onto storefronts. Children darted between tents in red, white, and blue shirts, while country music drifted from the square. By tonight, half the county would crowd into Bellweather for the 4th of July festival. By midnight, Rose would probably need new feet. She answered the phone. "Mayor's office." Her smile came automatically. People could hear smiles. Mostly. At least that was what she had always been told. "Yes, Mrs. Calloway. The pie contest still begins at 2. A pause. "No, ma'am. No one has bribed the judges." Rose blinked and paused once more. "Your peach pie has won 6 years in a row." A longer pause. "No, ma'am. I cannot legally disqualify your sister's blackberry pie." She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Yes, ma'am. Happy Independence Day." There was an audible click as she disconnected the call. Rose leaned back in her chair and stared at the ceiling. The old tiles needed replacing. Her brow furrowed as she realized that she'd submitted the paperwork 3 times. Budget committee. Always the budget committee. Her desk looked like a paper tornado had married a calendar and raised chaotic little offspring together. Parade schedules, vendor permits, volunteer rosters, emergency contacts, donation forms. Somewhere beneath them all lurked the sandwich she'd forgotten to eat. Again. Her stomach growled in protest. "That sounds threatening," she informed it. It didn't answer. It never did. The office beyond her door buzzed with voices and footsteps, but the quiet inside her own office felt strangely larger these days. At 30 years old, Rose had become one of those women everyone depended on. The dependable neighbor, the dependable employee, the dependable friend. Dependable people, she'd discovered, often went home to empty houses. Her gaze drifted to the framed photograph on her desk. Her parents. Gone 6 years now. The ache had changed shape over time. Grief was funny that way. It stopped being a knife and became a weather system. Always there. Some days sunny, some days stormy. She touched the frame briefly before straightening. No time for that. Bellweather needed her. Bellweather always needed her. Her computer chimed. 3 new emails. She groaned. Outside, the courthouse clock struck 10. Inside City Hall, controlled chaos reigned. Mayor Henry Walker strode past her office, carrying enough papers to start a small forest fire. "Rose! Did the fireworks permit come through?" "Yesterday." "The stage set up?" "Confirmed." "The sheriff's office?" "Extra deputies arrive at 4. He blinked. "You already called them?" She gave him a look. 3 days ago? The mayor smiled sheepishly. Henry Walker had been mayor for 12 years and would probably have accidentally governed himself into the river without Rose Merritt. "You're a blessing to this town." She laughed softly. "Tell that to my inbox." The mayor disappeared down the hall into his office next door to hers. Another crisis solved. Another 100 waiting. Business as usual. Until the building went quiet. Not completely. Not enough for an outsider to notice. But Bellweather noticed. Conversations lowered. Footsteps slowed. The subtle shift passed through City Hall like wind through tall grass. Rose looked up. And there he was. Matlock Grist filled doorways the way thunderstorms filled horizons. Tall, broad-shouldered, sun-browned. A black hat shadowed sharp features worn by Texas heat and hard years. His dark button-down stretched across powerful shoulders, sleeves rolled neatly to reveal forearms marked by pale scars. Nobody wore danger as quietly as Matlock Grist. He carried it the way other men carried wallets. Naturally. Effortlessly. People said many things about Matlock. Former Army Ranger, mercenary, oil money, smuggler, kingmaker, murderer, protector. The stories changed depending on who was talking. The fear remained the same. Councilman Reeves abruptly found a reason to study his paperwork. The receptionist sat straighter. One of the interns nearly dropped a folder. Matlock removed his hat as he stepped inside the reception area. His manners were old Texas. His reputation was not. "Mayor here?" His voice carried low and rough, worn smooth by years and gravel roads. Then his eyes found her through her open door. Always her. Something in his expression softened. Not much. Enough. "Morning, Rosebud." His gaze lingered on hers for half a second too long. Her traitorous stomach performed an embarrassing little flutter. Rose ignored it on principle. She had spent 3 years ignoring it. "Morning, Mr. Grist." His mouth twitched at the corners. Not quite a smile. Close enough to count. She still didn't know why he called her Rosebud. The first time had been years ago, after a council meeting. The nickname had simply appeared and never left. No one else dared to use it. No one else would survive trying. Matlock crossed the office toward the mayor's door. People moved out of his path without being asked. The way cattle moved away from lightning. She hated noticing things like that. Almost as much as she hated noticing how good broad shoulders looked in dark cotton. Rose returned to her paperwork. Mostly. A tiny part of her remained aware of him. The sound of his boots, the low murmur of his voice, the impossible gravity he seemed to carry with him. The mayor's office door remained slightly ajar. Accidentally. Probably. Rose hadn't meant to listen. She heard anyway. "Festival crowd's bigger this year," Matlock said. Mayor Walker chuckled. "We've handled bigger." "No." One word. Flat. Certain. Rose's fingers stilled above her keyboard. Matlock continued. "I've had men watching traffic since dawn." The mayor laughed again. Rose frowned. "Men watching traffic? What men?" "You're expecting trouble?" Matlock was silent long enough that even through the door she felt it. Measured, calculated, like a man deciding how much truth another person deserved. Finally he spoke. "Outside, folks have been moving through the county." "Tourists?" "No." The single syllable landed like a stone. Rose stood up from her chair and headed to her door before she could stop herself. Only to deliver the mayor's paperwork. Obviously. Entirely professional. She reached the mayor's office just as Matlock stepped back from the desk. For one heartbeat, Those gray eyes settled on her, sharp, observant, as if he catalogued every detail. Her tired eyes, her loosened ponytail, the coffee stain near her wrist. Nothing escaped Matlock Grist. Nothing. He replaced his hat, then said quietly, "Double security tonight?" Mayor Walker laughed. "Hell, Matlock! This is Bellweather!" Matlock didn't laugh, didn't smile, didn't blink. The room seemed to hold its breath. Outside, another firework cracked somewhere over town. Sharp, distant, like a warning. Rose looked at Matlock, and for the first time all day, she felt something cold slide down her spine. Because men could lie, rumors could lie, reputations could lie. But she had never once seen Matlock Grist look this worried. Until now. Chapter 2. The Devil of Bellweather. Rose Merritt had lived in Bellweather, Texas for 30 years, and she had learned 2 things early. The first was that gossip traveled faster than a brush fire after a 5-year drought. The second was that nobody gossiped about Matlock Grist above a murmur. By lunchtime, half the town had already heard he'd warned Mayor Walker about trouble. By 2 o'clock, opinions had divided into familiar camps. Matlock was overreacting. Matlock knew something. Matlock was the reason trouble existed in the first place. The truth, as usual, sat somewhere in the middle and refused to introduce itself. Rose carried 2 boxes of extra festival brochures toward the courthouse and immediately regretted wearing sensible shoes. Sensible shoes, she'd discovered, were a lie women told themselves. They pinched just as badly. The Texas heat wrapped around her like a damp quilt fresh from the devil's laundry room. The town square buzzed with preparations. Children ran beneath strings of flags. The Baptist church volunteers arranged folding chairs. Someone tested speakers near the stage. The opening bars of "God Bless the USA" drifted through the air for the 3rd time that day. By evening, she'd probably hear it in her sleep. "Miss Merritt!" Rose turned. Mrs. Evelyn Parker waved from beneath the shade of the pharmacy awning. At 78, Mrs. Parker possessed 2 things in dangerous abundance: opinions and casseroles. Rose smiled. "Afternoon, Mrs. Parker." The older woman leaned closer conspiratorially. "You hear Matlock Grist was in City Hall this morning?" Rose nearly laughed. Bellweather really was incapable of keeping secrets. "He had business with the mayor." Mrs. Parker sniffed. "That man's always got business." Rose carefully set down the brochure boxes. "What kind of business?" The older woman lowered her voice. The universal signal that gossip was approaching at dangerous speeds. "My Harold always said Grist did things for the government overseas." Harold Parker had been dead for 11 years. His opinions had survived him. Rose folded her arms. "Mrs. Parker, half the town knows Matlock Grist used to work overseas." "Former Ranger," Mrs. Parker nodded with complete confidence. "Or the CIA." "Those are very different jobs." The old woman waved a dismissive hand. "Government's government." Rose bit back a smile. Across the square, volunteers hung bunting from the gazebo. The breeze lifted red, white, and blue ribbons against a sky so clear it looked painted. Beautiful days often fooled people. Storms preferred beautiful days. Mrs. Parker continued. "My cousin in Waco swears he worked as a mercenary." "There it is," Rose said. "I've got ranger and mercenary. Anyone mention smuggler yet?" The old woman blinked. "Who told you about the smuggling?" Rose laughed. Mrs. Parker didn't, which somehow made it worse. The older woman leaned closer. Well, where do you think all those trucks go at night? Rose followed her gaze. In the distance, beyond Main Street and the courthouse lawn, 18-wheelers rolled down Highway 31. Grist Logistics. Everyone knew the name. Nobody knew everything it moved. Cotton, cattle, oil equipment, construction materials, rumors. Bellweather exported all of them. He's also supposedly a kingmaker, Rose said dryly. Mrs. Parker nodded immediately. Oh, absolutely. Rose blinked. You believe that one too? 3 sheriffs owe him favors. Mrs. Parker shrugged. That sounds like king-making to me. Before Rose could answer, a truck backfired nearby. Mrs. Parker jumped. Rose nearly did. For one strange moment, Matlock's warning from that morning echoed through her mind. Double security tonight. She shook it off. Bellweather wasn't the sort of town where terrible things happened. At least, that was what people liked to tell themselves. Anyway, Mrs. Parker said, gathering her purse, whatever he is, the man loves this town. That, oddly enough, was the one rumor Rose believed, because she'd seen it. Not in headlines, not in gossip, in moments, real moments, like 6 winters ago, when old Mrs. Dawson slipped on ice outside the grocery store. Before anyone else moved, Matlock Grist had crossed the parking lot, gathered the widow and her groceries into his arms, and carried both inside. He'd left before she could thank him. Or the scholarships. Every year, the top 3 Bellweather seniors received anonymous funding for college. Everyone said they knew where the money came from. No one took credit. Least of all, Matlock Grist. Because Matlock Grist gave gifts in the same way thunderstorms watered fields, without asking permission. Then there were the stories people told quietly. Stories mothers traded over coffee. Stories women shared only after checking who sat nearby. Men who'd hurt their wives, men who'd hit girlfriends, men who'd done ugly things. Supposedly some left town. Some discovered opportunities elsewhere. Some woke up one morning and realized Bellweather had become very unfriendly. Regardless, bad men never remained long in Bellweather. Nobody ever asked questions. Nobody ever found answers. Like nobody wanted to know the truth. Rose had once asked Sheriff Cooper about it. The sheriff had stared into his coffee for a long time. Then he'd said, Miss Merritt, some things get handled. She hadn't asked again. A shadow fell across the brochures. Rose looked up and nearly forgot how breathing worked. Matlock Grist stood 3 feet away. Lord, up close, he was larger somehow. Not merely tall, substantial, like majestic oak trees, or old stone churches, things built to survive storms. His hat shadowed gray eyes that missed very little. And today, those eyes rested squarely on her. Need a hand? Her brain, ordinarily dependable, abandoned its post entirely. Brilliant, Rose. Truly eloquent. She cleared her throat. I've managed boxes before. One corner of his mouth lifted. A smile from Matlock Grist was like spotting a wolf in daylight. Rare enough people told stories afterward. Didn't say you hadn't. His voice carried that same rough Texas drawl. Low, steady, dangerously pleasant. He bent before she could protest and lifted both boxes as though they weighed nothing. Of course he did. Men like Matlock Grist didn't ask permission from gravity. He started toward City Hall, leaving her little choice but to follow. Rose hurried after him. The courthouse lawn stretched green beneath the afternoon sun. People greeted her. People nodded respectfully to him. Some nodded nervously. One teenager crossing the square abruptly changed direction altogether. Rose noticed. Of course, she noticed. She noticed everything. Eventually. "Can I ask you something?" Matlock glanced sideways. "Folks usually do." She almost smiled. Almost. Then she asked the question she'd wondered about for years. "Why do people fear you so much?" He walked several steps without answering. Wind stirred the flags overhead. Somewhere nearby, children laughed. The ordinary sounds of a town preparing to celebrate. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet. Quiet enough to make her listen harder. "Because it's easier to fear a man than figure him out. Most folks only see the parts of me that make good stories." Rose frowned. "That's a strange answer." "It's an honest one." The strange thing was, Rose suspected the stories weren't the interesting part. She studied him. His expression revealed almost nothing. Almost. There was tiredness there. Old tiredness. The kind people carried home from places they didn't talk about. "Is any of it true?" His eyes shifted toward her. "Any of what?" "The stories." He held her gaze, not long. Long enough. "Which story?" "Former ranger, mercenary, smuggler, kingmaker, devil, protector." Rose realized she didn't know which answer frightened her most. She settled on honesty. All of them. For the first time since she'd met him years ago, Matlock Grist looked amused. Not happy. Amused, a dangerous distinction. Bellweather does enjoy its stories. Not an answer. She'd expected as much. They reached the courthouse steps. He set the boxes beside the entrance. Careful, precise, as though heavy things deserved gentleness too. Before she could thank him, his gaze drifted across the square, scanning, measuring, watching. The smile vanished, just like that, a storm cloud crossing the sun. He looked toward the highway, towards the roads leading into town, towards something only he seemed able to see. Then those gray eyes returned to her, softened, again. Not much. Enough. "Stay close to folks tonight, Rosebud." Her breath caught. There it was again. Rosebud. The name that somehow felt like a hand at the small of her back. Steadying, claiming, protecting. She swallowed. This time she asked, "Why do you call me that?" For the first time all afternoon, Matlock Grist went completely still. Not startled, not uncomfortable. Still. As though she'd touched something hidden beneath old scars and older silences. His gaze held hers. Deep, unreadable. Then he settled his hat back on his head and walked away, without answering, leaving Rose Merritt standing beneath a sky full of flags and sunshine, wondering why silence sometimes sounded so much like a secret. Chapter 3. Fireworks. By 6 o'clock that evening, Bellweather looked like the sort of town people painted onto postcards. The courthouse glowed gold beneath the lowering sun. American flags fluttered from storefronts. Children chased one another through the square with glow sticks already clutched in eager hands, despite the daylight lingering stubbornly overhead. Barbecue smoke drifted through the air in fragrant ribbons of mesquite and spice. Country music rolled from the festival stage. Laughter rose. Somewhere, a dog barked at nothing in particular. Rose Merritt stood in the middle of it all with a clipboard in one hand and a radio clipped to her hip. In other words, exactly where she always stood. At the center. Keeping the world from wobbling off its axis. Mrs. Calloway's pie booth needs more napkins. Already sent some. The generator behind the stage is acting up. I've called maintenance. The Little League team can't find their banner. It's in the mayor's office, third closet on the left. 3 people thanked her. 4 more needed something. Rose moved through Bellweather like thread through cloth, stitching together all the places life threatened to come apart. She didn't mind. Usually. A little girl wearing sparkly red cowboy boots suddenly wrapped both arms around her legs. "Miss Rose!" Rose laughed. "Hello, Emma Jean!" The child beamed up at her. "My daddy says you're why the fireworks happen." Rose blinked. "I think your daddy is giving me too much credit." Emma Jean shook her head with all the conviction only 6-year-olds possessed. "Nope. Daddy says if you ever leave town, Bellweather'll stop working." Children said terrible things by accident. Rose's smile softened. Before she could answer, Emma Jean's mother called from nearby. The little girl ran off. Rose watched her go, then quietly adjusted the radio on her hip and moved on. Because there were booths to inspect, volunteers to organize, problems to solve. There always were. As dusk settled over Bellweather, the crowd swelled. Cars lined every available street. Visitors poured in from neighboring counties. The air carried the sound of conversation and music and distant laughter. Patriotism lived differently in small towns. Less spectacle, more memory. Old men wore veteran caps. Flags flew from truck beds. Grandparents spread quilts across the grass near the square. Some people came for the fireworks. Others came because they'd been coming every 4th of July since before Rose was born. Tradition had gravity. Bellweather orbited it faithfully. "Rose!" Mayor Henry Walker waved her over from near the stage. He already looked sunburned. She'd warned him twice about sunscreen today. He'd ignored her twice. "Men." She approached. "What's on fire?" The mayor laughed. "Nothing." She stared. He reconsidered. "Nothing important." "Mayor." One of the sound technicians disappeared. Rose closed her eyes briefly. Of course he had. 5 minutes later, she'd located the missing technician beside the food trucks, flirting with a woman selling lemonade. Crisis resolved. Again. By 8 o'clock, exhaustion sat on her shoulders like wet blankets. She'd skipped lunch, forgotten dinner. Her sensible shoes had officially declared war on her feet. And somewhere amid all the noise and celebration, loneliness had quietly slipped into the space beside her. Not sharp, not painful, familiar. The kind that arrived when everyone else had someone to watch fireworks with. Families gathered, couples spread blankets, children climbed onto shoulders. Rose checked her phone. No messages, no plans, no one waiting for her after the festival ended. She slipped the phone back into her pocket. Bellweather had a way of loving people while leaving them lonely all the same. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Not alarm, identification. Rose looked up and found him immediately. Matlock Grist stood near the edge of the square beneath strings of lights. Black hat, dark shirt, broad shoulders. He wasn't speaking, wasn't smiling, wasn't doing anything at all. And somehow, people still arranged themselves around him like water flowing around a stone. She hated that she noticed him so quickly. Almost as much as she hated, he seemed to notice her even faster. His gaze found her across 50 yards of festival lights and moving crowds. Held, steady, intent, not possessive, something quieter, something older. Awareness. Then he tipped the brim of his hat. The gesture lasted less than a second. Her traitorous heart stumbled anyway. Rose looked away first, which felt suspiciously like losing. "Miss?" She turned. An unfamiliar man stood nearby, mid-30s, baseball cap pulled low. No accent she recognized. Tourist, perhaps. Yet something about him felt wrong. Not dangerous, not exactly, just out of place. "Can I help you?" she asked politely. He smiled. The expression never reached his eyes. "When do the fireworks start?" 9 o'clock. His gaze moved over the crowd, not admiring, counting, cataloging, like a man measuring a room. Big turnout. Bellweather likes to share its traditions. He nodded once, then walked away. Rose watched him disappear into the crowd. A strange unease settled beneath her ribs. 3 more unfamiliar men stood near the far end of the square, not watching the stage, watching people. Her stomach tightened. Double security tonight. Matlock's voice drifted through her memory. She glanced toward where he'd been standing. Gone. The realization unsettled her more than it should have. 9 o'clock arrived. The first fireworks burst overhead. Red, blue, gold. The crowd cheered. Children laughed. The night bloomed with color. For a moment, Bellweather looked eternal. The type of place people believed could never change. Rose finally allowed herself a breath. One long breath. The festival was working. No disasters. No emergencies. No crises. She slipped away from the square toward Main Street for a moment of quiet. Just 5 minutes. 5 minutes alone. That was all. The sound of fireworks echoed overhead. Music drifted from the stage. The street glowed beneath strings of lights. Then, glass shattered. Sharp. Violent. Wrong. A bottle exploded against the side of the hardware store. The crowd nearby went silent. Only for a heartbeat. Long enough to wonder. Not long enough to understand. Another bottle flew. This one struck a parked truck. Someone shouted. A voice yelled something Rose couldn't make out. The unfamiliar men she'd noticed earlier suddenly moved, not away from the disturbance, toward it, purposefully, like they'd been waiting. A third bottle sailed through the air and exploded in flames. Then another. Shouting erupted. People began pushing. Someone screamed. Panic spread through the crowd faster than reason ever could. "Move! Run! Get down!" The music cut off. Children cried. The fireworks still burst overhead. Bright colors blooming above a town beginning to unravel. Rose grabbed her radio. "This is Rose Merritt. Main Street needs officers now." Static answered. Then overlapping voices. Too many. Everywhere at once. The crowd surged, a living wave of fear. Someone slammed into her shoulder. Another body struck her from behind. She lost her footing. The world tilted. Her clipboard flew from her hand. She hit the pavement hard enough to steal her breath. Pain shot through her palms. Boots thundered past. Shouts echoed. The smell of smoke drifted into the air. Someone grabbed her arm. Not gently, hard, possessive. Wrong. "Got you." The voice wasn't familiar. Panic seized her throat. She twisted, tried to pull free. The stranger tightened his grip. Pain lanced up her arm. And through the roar of chaos and fireworks overhead, she heard a voice she knew as surely as her own name. Low, deadly, furious. "Take your hands off her." Chapter 4. The Wrong Girl. For one terrible second, the stranger holding Rose Merritt did not let go. He looked past her shoulder, saw Matlock Grist, and smiled. It was the wrong thing to do. Rose knew it before Matlock moved. She knew it in the way the air seemed to draw tight around him, in the way his expression emptied of every civilized thing, in the way the riot, the fireworks, the shouting crowd, the smoke, all of it seemed to fall away from the terrible stillness in his gray eyes. "Take your hands off her," Matlock repeated. The stranger's fingers tightened around Rose's arm. Pain bit deep. "She with you?" Matlock took one step closer. Only one. The crowd surged around them. Someone stumbled past, screaming. A trash can burned near the corner of Main and Cypress, orange flames licking up into the dark. Fireworks cracked overhead, red sparks raining across the sky while Bellweather tore itself open below. Matlock did not look at any of it. He looked at the hand on Rose. Last chance. The stranger laughed. Rose saw the movement before she understood it. Matlock crossed the distance between them with startling speed. No shout, no warning, no wild swing. He caught the stranger's wrist, twisted, and the man's grip snapped open. Rose pulled free so fast that she stumbled backward. Matlock stepped between her and the stranger. Then the world transformed into sharp sounds. A grunt, a crack, a body hitting brick. The stranger tried to swing to defend himself. Matlock ducked beneath the blow, drove a fist into his ribs, and shoved him hard against the side of the hardware store. The man's head struck the brick with a dull sound Rose would hear in nightmares. He folded. Matlock caught him by the front of his shirt before he hit the ground. "You picked the wrong girl." His voice was quiet. That frightened Rose more than shouting would have. The stranger spat something bloody. Matlock slammed him back against the wall. Once, not out of rage, with purpose. The man sagged. Matlock released him. He dropped to the pavement and did not get up. Rose stared. Her breath came too fast, too thin. The world around her returned in violent pieces, people running, glass breaking, a woman sobbing, sirens in the distance, not close enough. A man in a mask hurled something through the front window of Bellweather Hardware. The glass exploded inward. Someone cheered. That cheer did something ugly to Rose's stomach. These weren't angry locals. They weren't drunk boys who'd gotten too bold on cheap beer and fireworks. They were strangers. They were enjoying it. "Rose." Matlock's voice cut through the chaos. She blinked. He was in front of her now. Close. Too close, and still not close enough for her to feel safe. Blood streaked across his knuckles. Not much, but enough to notice. "Look at me, Rosebud." Her gaze snagged on his hands. Those hands had just broken a man down with cold efficiency. Those same hands came up now, slow and open, stopping short of touching her face. Careful. Careful in a way that made her chest ache. "Rose." She forced her eyes to his. The gray in them had changed. The violence remained there, locked behind discipline, but something else burned hotter underneath it. Fear. Not for himself, for her. "Can you stand?" "I am standing." "Are you hurt?" "I don't know." It was the truth. Her body felt far away. Her palms burned. Her arm throbbed where the stranger had grabbed her. Her knee stung. Her heart hammered against her ribs as though trying to escape before the rest of her did. Matlock's jaw flexed. His gaze dropped to her arm. Rose followed it. Finger marks had already darkened around her arm. His face went still. Too still. "Matlock." He did not answer. The man on the ground groaned. Matlock's eyes cut toward him. Rose felt the air change again. Cold. Lethal. She reached out without thinking and caught Matlock's sleeve. He froze. Not because she had restrained him, because she had touched him. "Don't," she said. The word came out rough, small. Not a command, a plea. His gaze returned to her face. For several heartbeats, the riot raged around them while something silent passed between them. Then Matlock drew one slow breath through his nose. The dangerous stillness retreated by inches. Not gone. Never gone. Contained. "All right," he said. Those two words should not have sounded intimate. They did. He shifted, putting his body between her and the street. "Stay behind me." Another bottle flew. It shattered against the curb near them, spraying glass and fuel across the pavement. Rose flinched. Matlock moved. One arm came around her waist, firm and unhesitating, and pulled her back against the shelter of his body. He didn't hold her like a man trying to frighten her. He held her like a man refusing to give the world access. A group of masked men pushed through the edge of the crowd near the hardware store. One carried a metal pipe. Another had a red bandana tied around his face and carried a baseball bat. They weren't running. They were hunting for damage. One of them spotted Matlock. Stopped. The others stopped too. Something like recognition passed through them. Not of his face, perhaps. Of his kind. Predator to predator. Only Matlock was the larger animal. "Get lost," he said. The one with the pipe lifted his chin. "This your town, old man?" Matlock's mouth did not move. His eyes did. They swept over the man, measured the pipe. The stance, the weak knee, the distance. Rose saw him calculate violence the way other men calculated change at a register. "My town," Matlock said. Her town. His arm tightened around Rose for one brief second. "Not yours." The man with the pipe made his second mistake. He came forward. Matlock pushed Rose behind him so fast that she nearly collided with the brick wall. "Stay there." The pipe swung. Matlock stepped inside the arc and drove his elbow into the attacker's throat. The man choked. Matlock took the pipe from his hand and struck him low across the knee. The crack of impact turned Rose's stomach. The man went down with a scream. Another rushed him. Matlock pivoted and hit him once, only once. The attacker dropped as though his bones had unstrung. The third man stopped. A smarter man, apparently. Matlock held the pipe loosely in one hand. His knuckles were bloody. His shirt had torn at one shoulder. He looked carved from smoke and wrath. "You want to be next?" The third man backed away. Matlock did not chase him. That was almost worse. He didn't need to. Rose pressed a shaking hand against the brick wall and tried to breathe. She had heard the rumors. Everyone had. Matlock Grist made men disappear. Matlock Grist handled things. Matlock Grist was what Bellweather used when the law wasn't enough. Hearing was one thing. Knowing was another. Seeing stripped the gossip of its soft edges. Matlock was not merely dangerous. He was capable. Frighteningly capable. Efficient. Controlled. A man who could break bones without losing his breath and returned to speaking softly in the next instant. He turned back to her. The pipe clattered onto the pavement. His entire focus narrowed to her again, not the town, not the men on the ground, not the burning trash can or shattered glass or screaming crowd. Her. Rosebud. Her knees threatened to give out. He was there before she could fall. One arm around her back, one hand at her elbow. Solid. Warm. Too much. Not enough. I've got you. She hated that those 3 words almost broke her. I'm fine. No. His voice brooked no argument. You're upright. That ain't the same thing. A half-hysterical laugh scraped her throat. You're bleeding. He glanced at his knuckles as if noticing them for the first time. Not enough to matter. That's not reassuring. Wasn't meant to be. A fresh burst of fireworks thundered overhead. Rose flinched hard. Matlock's hand rose to the back of her head, guiding her face against his chest before she could think to resist. His body curved over hers, shielding her from the crowd. The scent of him cut through smoke and hot pavement. Leather, gun oil, cedar. Man! Her fingers curled against his shirt. She heard his heartbeat. Slow, steady, impossible. Around them, Bellweather descended into a nightmare. But Matlock Grist's heart kept time like a war drum that had survived every battle it had entered. His mouth lowered near her ear. Breathe for me. I am. No, you're not. She wanted to argue. Couldn't. His palm stayed at the back of her head, not forcing, anchoring. And through your nose. She obeyed because his voice left no room for panic to negotiate. Good girl. The words hit somewhere low and startling. Rose's breath caught for an entirely different reason. Matlock went still. He had heard it. Of course he had. He heard everything. For one suspended second, his hand flexed against her hair. Then another scream split the night. The spell shattered. He lifted his head. His gaze moved toward the square. Rose looked too. Main Street had become unrecognizable. Smoke rolled between the buildings. People shoved past one another in blind waves. A man pulled his child into the doorway of the pharmacy. Someone had knocked over a vendor's tent. Red, white, and blue bunting trailed across the pavement like torn bandages. A masked stranger climbed onto the hood of a park truck and hurled another bottle toward City Hall. It shattered near the steps. Rose gasped. City Hall! Matlock's eyes hardened. Forget the building! The mayor could still be inside. Walker has deputies. He has 2 bad knees and a trick back, she replied worriedly. Matlock cursed under his breath. A woman stumbled into the street, clutching a bleeding forehead. Rose jerked forward. Matlock caught her around the waist. No. She needs help. She needs to get off Main Street. I can help her. You can die trying. Rose twisted to face him. That is not your decision. His jaw tightened. His eyes lowered to the marks on her arm. When he spoke, his voice had gone dangerously quiet. Tonight it is. Anger cut through her shock. Clean, bright. Human. You don't own me, Matlock Grist. The words landed between them. For a moment, even the riot seemed to wait. His gaze locked onto hers. Something dark moved behind it. Want, fear, restraint. A terrible tenderness wearing iron boots. No. he said. I don't. His hand eased from her waist, a small release, a deliberate one. Then he stepped closer, lowering his voice until it slipped beneath the chaos and found only her. But somebody put hands on you tonight. Somebody dragged you toward an alley, intending on who knows what, while this town burned around you. She looked at him in shock. He glanced toward the men on the ground. His expression did not change. When my fear gets its teeth into me, Rosebud, I ain't polite. Her breath lodged in her throat. He looked back at her. I'm asking you to move because if I have to carry you out of here, I will. And you'll hate me for it later. There it was. Not an apology. No request for permission. A warning. Rose swallowed. Sirens wailed closer now. Too many voices flooded the radio at her hip. She could not save all of Bellweather from the middle of Main Street with bloodied palms, bruised arms, and shaking, scraped knees. She knew that, hated it, but knew it. What about everyone else? She asked. Matlock's expression changed. Barely. Enough. I've got men moving families through the alleys, sheriffs clearing the south end, church basements open, fire department is staged 2 blocks over. She stared at him. You knew this was coming. I knew something was wrong. That is not the same thing. No. His eyes stayed on hers. It ain't. Hard pops sounded nearby. Not fireworks. Rose knew it instantly. So did Matlock. He moved before she could react. His body slammed into hers, driving her back into the recessed doorway of the hardware store as something struck the brick where she'd been standing. The sound was small. Final. Dust rained down over her shoulder. Matlock covered her with his entire body. His face was inches from hers. His breathing had changed at last. Not fear, fury. Quiet, savage fury. Rose looked past his shoulder at the chipped brick. A hole marred the wall. Small, dark. Her stomach dropped. Was that? Yes. The word was clipped. His hand closed around hers. Run when I tell you. Matlock. Not a debate. Another shot cracked through the night. The stampeding crowd screamed. Matlock pulled her from the doorway, keeping himself between her and the street. They moved fast along the storefronts, half-crouched, weaving past overturned chairs and shattered glass. Rose stumbled once. He caught her. Never slowed. At the corner, Deputy Harris appeared, face pale, weapon drawn and pointed toward the pavement. Mr. Grist! Matlock shoved Rose behind him. Where's Walker? South exit, sheriff's got him. The school buses? Loading families behind the church? Good. Get Main Street cleared. Deputy Harris swallowed. Rose saw it. The deputy wasn't looking at Matlock like a criminal. He was looking at him as if he were a commander. Yes, sir. Matlock turned away before the deputy finished speaking. Rose stared at him. Why is he taking orders from you? Matlock scanned the street. Because he's smart. That is not an answer. It is tonight. They cut behind the pharmacy. The alley smelled of grease, spilled beer, and smoke. Rose's foot slipped on loose gravel. Matlock caught her against him again. This time, her body registered every inch of his before fear could drown sensation. The hard wall of his chest, the heat of his hand on her back, the strength in him, the restraint, always restraint. It made him more dangerous somehow. A man who could do violence and still choose gentleness. He looked down at her. His hat had been lost somewhere on Main Street. Without it, he seemed younger and more brutal at once. Dark hair damp at his temples, a smear of blood near his jaw, eyes colder than gunmetal. "Can you keep moving?" She nodded. "Say it." "Yes." His gaze sharpened. "Yes, what?" Despite everything, her temper sparked. "Yes, I can keep moving, you impossible man!" For a fraction of a second, his mouth twitched. There and gone. Good. A crash sounded from the far end of the alley. Matlock's expression shut down again. He guided her behind a dumpster and reached beneath his shirt. Rose saw the gun. Her blood ran cold. Of course, he carried one. Of course. This was Texas and Matlock Grist. The surprise should have been that he carried only one. He checked the alley entrance. Not panicked, not eager. Ready. That readiness frightened her more than the weapon. The crash came again. A stray dog bolted past. Rose nearly sagged with relief. Matlock did not. He waited, counted, listened. Only when the alley remained clear did he holster the gun. "We're going." "Where?" His eyes met hers. No softness now. No, almost smile. No room for argument. "We're leaving town." Rose stared at him, smoke burning her throat, fireworks still exploding above Bellweather as if the sky hadn't noticed the world below had gone to hell. "You're not asking, are you?" Matlock took her hand. His fingers closed around hers, warm and bloodied and unshakable. "No, Rosebud." He pulled her into the darkness behind the pharmacy. "I'm not." Chapter 5. Smoke and Gravel. Rose Merritt had spent her entire life in Bellweather. She knew every street, every church, every shortcut, every oak tree older than the county itself, and she'd never seen her town burn. Not like this. Matlock's truck rolled out of the alley behind the pharmacy and onto a side street as sirens screamed through the night. Smoke drifted across the road in gray sheets. Orange firelight flickered against storefront windows that were still intact. Behind them, fireworks still burst over Bellweather. Red, blue, white, patriotic stars exploding above a town unraveling beneath them. The contrast felt obscene, like a parade marching through a graveyard. Rose sat rigid in the passenger seat. Her scraped palms stung. Her knee throbbed. The bruises on her arm had blackened. She kept staring at them. Finger-shaped. Wrong. Every time she looked, she remembered that stranger dragging her toward the alley. Then she remembered Matlock's face. Not angry. Worse. Controlled. She swallowed hard. The truck smelled faintly of leather, cedar, and motor oil. And beneath it all, gunpowder. The realization made her glance sideways. Matlock drove with both hands on the wheel, steady, unhurried, as though they weren't fleeing a riot, as though the world behind them wasn't coming apart. Blood had dried across his knuckles. He had said little since they left Main Street. Only directions. Only necessities. The silence inside the truck felt heavier than the chaos outside it. A gunshot echoed somewhere in the distance. Rose jumped. Matlock didn't. Not even a little. That frightened her more than the sound itself. Another siren wailed. Another burst of fireworks painted the sky behind them. Bellweather looked unreal in the rearview mirror. Smoke. Lights. Sirens. Home. Tell me the truth. Her voice sounded strange, thin. Matlock's eyes remained on the road. About what? She stared at him. The question alone felt insulting. Everything. He didn't answer. The truck turned onto Farm Road 142. Dark fields stretched on either side. Open country. The type of roads people drove because they knew where they led, or because they didn't want to be followed. Rose folded her arms, winced, the bruises protested. Matlock noticed. Of course he did. His jaw tightened. Nothing else changed. No comment, no apology. Only that tightening. As if seeing her hurt offended something deep and primitive inside him. Those men weren't from Bellweather. No. His answer came immediately. Certain. How do you know? They moved wrong. Rose blinked. Moved wrong? As if there were a proper way to riot. She turned toward him. What does that even mean? His gaze remained fixed on the road. They weren't drunk. They weren't scared. They worked together. 3 observations, calmly delivered, like facts in a weather report. Her stomach tightened, because he wasn't guessing. He was assessing. The way soldiers assessed. The way hunters assessed. Or men who had survived places ordinary people never saw. The truck slowed. Ahead, red and blue lights flashed across the highway. Roadblock, state troopers, deputies, vehicles lined the shoulder. Matlock never cursed, never tensed. He simply turned onto an unmarked gravel road without slowing enough to draw attention. Gravel crunched beneath the tires. Rose stared. How did you know that road was there? One corner of his mouth moved. Not amusement. Knowledge. I've been driving these roads since before you got your driver's license. Her eyes narrowed. You know what I mean. Of course he did. He always did. The truck climbed a hill overlooking Bellweather. Rose looked back. Her breath caught. From up here, she could see the town spread beneath the night sky. The courthouse, the square, the church steeple, smoke rising in dark columns. Fire engines moving like red insects through the streets, and overhead, fireworks. Still going. The sight broke something inside her. Bellweather wasn't perfect. No town was. But it was home. Matlock slowed the truck. Not stopping. Just long enough for her to look. Long enough to grieve. His hand left the wheel, rested briefly over hers. Warm, heavy, steady. Not possessive. Not demanding. Present. Then it was gone. Rose stared at her lap. Because if she looked at him right now, she wasn't entirely certain what would happen. The truck rolled onward. Fields gave way to ranch land. Fences stretched into the darkness. Mesquite trees stood in black silhouettes beneath the moon. A second gunshot echoed faintly behind them. Then another. No fireworks. Not anymore. Rose closed her eyes. Dear God. This was Bellweather. People left porch lights on here. Kids rode bicycles after dark. Mrs. Calloway's peach pie won an award every year. Terrible things weren't supposed to happen in Bellweather. Yet tonight they had. The world had shifted, and she wasn't sure it would ever shift back. Did you know? The question escaped before she could stop it. Matlock's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Not much. Enough. Knew what? That this would happen. There it was. The question she'd been carrying since City Hall, since the warning, since the look in his eyes. Double security tonight. His expression remained unreadable. Too unreadable. Rose's pulse quickened. Matlock. His name sounded different now, less formal, more dangerous. She wasn't certain why. He exhaled slowly. No. The answer came quietly. I didn't know. She searched his face. The hard line of his jaw, the scar near his temple, the profile of a man carved by years she couldn't imagine. You expected something. Yes. How much? His eyes remained on the road. Enough. The answer frustrated her, infuriated her, scared her. She turned fully in her seat. Enough for what? Enough to warn Walker. Enough to have men watching traffic. Enough to move people through alleys during the riot. Each sentence landed harder than the last, because they were true. She had seen it. He had men. He had plans. He had contingencies. As though chaos itself had failed to surprise him. Her voice softened. Not because she meant it to, because fear had worn away everything else. Who are you, really? The question lingered between them. Heavy. Old. She realized she hadn't been asking it for hours. Or days. She'd been asking it for years. Matlock Grist. The devil of Bellweather. The man everyone feared. The man who paid anonymous scholarships. The man who carried widows' groceries. The man who broke bones with frightening precision. Who was he? He was silent long enough for the road to stretch another mile beneath them. Long enough for crickets to replace sirens. Long enough for Rose to think he wouldn't answer. Then, I'm just a man who plans for bad days. She almost laughed. Almost. The answer was infuriatingly simple. And somehow not simple at all, because bad days for Matlock Grist apparently involved riots, roadblocks, escape routes, men on radios, and moving through violence like a man who had done it before, many times before. Rose looked out the window. Moonlight silvered the fences. The truck engine hummed. Somewhere behind them, Bellweather burned. She swallowed. You've seen this before? It wasn't a question. This time, Matlock didn't answer at all. Silence could be an answer, too. And some silences carried more truth than words ever could. The truck hit a bump on the dirt road. Something shifted behind the seats. Metal. Heavy. Rose frowned. She glanced over her shoulder. A canvas tarp had slipped. Only slightly. Just enough. Her breath stopped. Beneath the tarp sat locked cases. Black, military-looking, not one, several. Beside them rested medical kits, emergency radios, extra fuel cans, body armor. Her eyes widened. This wasn't ranching equipment. This was preparation. Serious preparation. The kind of preparation people made for war. Or the end of the world. Slowly. Very slowly. Rose turned back toward the man driving beside her. Matlock kept his eyes on the road. Steady. Calm. As though there wasn't an entire arsenal sitting behind them. As though every terrible rumor Bellweather whispered about him hadn't just quietly climbed into the truck. Rose stared at him, and for the first time in her life, she wondered if the town had been underestimating Matlock Grist all along. Chapter 6. Grist Ranch. Rose had driven past Grist Ranch 100 times in her life, maybe more. Everyone in Bellweather had. The entrance sat 10 miles west of town, behind wrought iron gates and limestone pillars older than most of the county. Grist Ranch. Simple black letters. No flourish, no apology. As a child, she'd imagined cattle and horses beyond those gates. Maybe an old ranch house, a few barns. The sort of place Texas postcards were made from. She had been wrong. Wildly wrong. Matlock's truck turned onto a long private road, flanked by live oaks and split-rail fences. The ranch stretched into darkness on either side. Thousands of acres, rolling hills, mesquite, creeks, pastures silvered beneath moonlight. Beautiful, until she noticed the cameras. One mounted at the gate, another hidden in the trees, then another, and another. Too many for a ranch. Far too many. The gate opened before Matlock reached it. Automatic. No keypad, no stop, no hesitation. Rose stared. You've got cameras in the trees. Matlock kept his eyes on the road. Yep. She waited. That was all she got. Yep. The truck rolled farther into the property. A second gate appeared nearly a mile later. Reinforced steel. This one slid open after a brief pause. Not a ranch, a perimeter. Her pulse quickened. The ranch house finally emerged over a rise. Calling it a house felt dishonest. The sprawling limestone structure sat atop a hill overlooking the valley below. Warm lights glowed from wide windows. A wraparound porch stretched across the front. Beautiful, comforting, and somehow still intimidating. Security lights illuminated the approaches. More cameras watched the drive. A generator hummed softly somewhere in the dark. Nothing about the property had been built for convenience. Everything had been built to endure. Matlock parked beside the house. For the first time since leaving Bellweather, he killed the engine. Silence settled. Not true silence. Texas never gave you that. Crickets sang. Wind stirred the grass. Far in the distance, faint fireworks still painted the horizon above the town. Rose swallowed. Home burned 10 miles away. The thought hollowed her out. Her hand moved toward the door. Matlock's voice stopped her. Wait. She froze. His attention had shifted outward. Scanning. Listening. The same stillness she'd seen in town returned. Predatory. Alert. After several seconds, he nodded once. Now. She stepped out. Warm night air met her skin. The ranch smelled of cedar and earth and summer grass. Somewhere nearby, cattle lowed softly. Normal sounds. Grounding sounds. But the illusion lasted only seconds, because now she could see everything. More cameras. Motion lights. A weatherproof cabinet mounted beside the porch. Emergency fuel storage. A radio antenna rising from behind the house. Her gaze caught on a small outbuilding half buried in the earth. Heavy steel doors. Storm cellar. No bunker. Her stomach tightened. What kind of ranch is this? Matlock grabbed a duffel bag from the truck bed. The kind that plans for bad days. There it was again. The same answer. The same careful wall. Rose followed him inside. The house surprised her. Not because it was luxurious, because it felt lived in. Worn leather furniture, bookshelves, family photographs, a pair of muddy boots near the back door, a quilt draped over the couch. Home. Real home. not the lair she'd unconsciously imagined for the devil of Bellweather. Her eyes drifted toward the photographs. Matlock younger, a gray-haired man beside him, an older woman smiling at the camera. Family. The realization startled her. Of course, he had family. She simply had never pictured it, because myths rarely had mothers. "You hungry?" She blinked. "What?" Matlock set the duffel on the kitchen island. "You haven't eaten since breakfast." Her mouth opened, closed. How had he? Of course. He noticed everything. "I don't think I could eat." His gaze swept across her face. Assessing, calculating, worrying. That last one startled her the most. "Sit." Not harsh, not gentle either, certain. She found herself obeying. Again, she really needed to stop doing that. Matlock disappeared into another room. He returned carrying a medical kit. Not a first aid box, a trauma kit. Professional, extensive, the kind emergency responders carried. Or soldiers. Her pulse kicked. He kneeled before her. The sight alone felt wrong somehow. Men like Matlock Grist didn't kneel. Yet here he was, one knee on polished wood, a bottle of antiseptic in one scarred hand. Those hands. Lord. Up close, the scars stood out more clearly. Old cuts, burn marks, white lines crossing broad palms, history written in flesh. "Give me your hand." She hesitated. Not because she feared him, because she didn't. That realization frightened her more. Slowly she offered her hand. His touch remained careful. Impossibly careful. As though she were something breakable. As though he had already imagined what it would feel like if she shattered. The antiseptic stung. She hissed softly. His jaw tightened. "Sorry." The apology stunned her. Matlock Grist apologizing felt like discovering mountains could kneel. "You don't strike me as someone who says sorry often." One corner of his mouth twitched. "Folks survive disappointment every day." She laughed despite herself. The sound surprised both of them. It lingered in the room, warm, fragile, human. He wrapped her hand, then her knee, then examined the bruises on her arm. His expression darkened. Not anger. Something quieter. Something far more dangerous. Possession. His thumb hovered near the marks. Not touching. Never touching. His voice lowered. "Did he hurt you? Anywhere else?" The question emerged flat, controlled. Deadly? Rose understood immediately. The man from the alley. She shook her head. "No." His shoulders loosened by a fraction. Only a fraction. Relief, raw and immediate, there and gone. She swallowed. "Thank you." He stilled. The room grew quiet. Outside, the wind moved through the oaks. Inside, her heartbeat sounded much too loud. For tonight, her voice softened. "For saving me." Those gray eyes lifted to hers, steady, unblinking, ancient somehow. "Protecting you wasn't charity, Rosebud." The words landed softly. The meaning did not. Her breath caught. Because charity implies strangers. And Matlock Grist had just told her, without saying it outright, that she was not one. Before she could respond, a radio crackled somewhere in the house. His attention shifted instantly. back straight, eyes sharpening. The transformation happened so quickly that it almost felt unreal. The man vanished. The protector remained. He crossed to the kitchen counter and picked up a handheld radio. A voice crackled through the static. "Movement confirmed in 3 neighboring counties." Rose went still. Another voice joined. "State resources are stretched thin." Then, "Looks coordinated." A chill slid down her spine. Coordinated. Matlock's expression hardened. She stood. "Matlock!" He looked at her. Not hiding, not quite, just choosing his words carefully. There were warnings. Her pulse quickened. What kind of warnings? He set down the radio. For the first time all night, uncertainty flickered across his face. Not fear, calculation. How much truth? How much not? Finally, "Folks I know started hearing chatter a few weeks ago." "Who?" His jaw flexed. "Old teammates." Not an answer, not nearly enough of one. "Teammates from where?" His gaze met hers, unreadable. Another life. The answer settled between them. Heavy, unsatisfying, real. She waited. He didn't elaborate. "You're telling me this wasn't only Bellweather?" "That's right." His voice was grim. "Smaller towns, rural counties, places with fewer resources." Rose felt sick. "Why?" His eyes drifted toward the dark windows, toward Bellweather, toward home. "Because big cities recover." His voice lowered. "But small towns are the joints in the nation's bones." She stared. He continued. "Break enough joints and the whole body struggles to stand. Foreign agitators, extremists, people who hate a country enough to bleed it from the edges inward." The thought chilled her. "You knew." She whispered it, not accusing, not entirely. His gaze returned to hers. "I had warnings." The distinction mattered to him, deeply. Warnings, not certainty. Rose thought of City Hall. Double security tonight. Her chest tightened. "You tried to tell us." He didn't answer. Didn't need to. Midnight arrived quietly, until headlights appeared on the hill. One set, then another, then another. Rose counted 4 vehicles climbing the ranch road. Her pulse spiked. Matlock was already moving. No surprise and no alarm, just expectation. He crossed to a cabinet beside the door, opened it, removed a rifle, not hurried, practiced. Terrifyingly familiar. Rose's breath caught. "Who are they?" Matlock checked the magazine with easy efficiency. Moonlight spilled through the windows and cut sharp lines across his face. Hard, experienced, certain. He opened the door, then looked back at her. "Mine." And with rifle in hand, the devil of Bellweather stepped into the Texas night. Chapter 7. Men Who Follow Him. The first truck stopped 20 yards from the porch, then another, then another. Headlights cut through the Texas dark, sweeping across the ranch yard in pale, searching beams. Gravel cracked beneath tires. Engines idled low. Doors opened. Rose stood just beside the front window with her bandaged hand pressed lightly against the curtain. She had expected hard men. Mercenaries, perhaps. Criminals. The sort of people Bellweather whispered about when Matlock Grist's name came up and someone lowered their voice before saying what they thought he might be. Instead, Bellweather climbed out of those trucks. Ranch hands in dusty jeans, a mechanic with oil still dark beneath his fingernails, 2 auxiliary deputies, a volunteer firefighter, a broad-shouldered man in a trucking company jacket, an old veteran with a silver mustache and a limp, a young father carrying a sleeping little boy against his chest. Then more vehicles crested the hill. A minivan, an old Buick, a church van, a battered pickup with 3 teenagers in the bed, blankets wrapped around their shoulders. Rose's breath caught. This was not an army. This was a town seeking shelter. Matlock stood in the yard beneath the porch light, rifle angled down at his side, not waving it, not posturing. Holding it the way another man might hold a hammer, a tool he knew how to use. Men approached him one by one. No panic, no shouting, no confusion. "Evening, Matlock. North fence is clear. Generator at the east barn's topped off. Sheriff's got families moving through the church basement. Highway's blocked past the bridge. Truck yard's secure." Matlock listened to each report with that same terrifying calm. He asked brief questions, gave shorter orders. Nobody argued, nobody hesitated. They moved when he told them to move. Not like employees, not like soldiers exactly, like men who had made up their minds long ago that if the world started burning, Matlock Grist was the man worth standing near. Rose let the curtain fall. Her heart beat too fast. The house behind her had changed. Only moments ago, it had seemed quiet, private, intimate in a way she had not been ready to examine too closely. Now it filled with people. Mrs. Dawson from the grocery store came in clutching a purse to her chest, her gray hair escaping its pins. A nurse from the clinic followed with 2 bags of medical supplies. The elementary school music teacher herded 3 frightened children toward the living room. A deputy's wife carried a baby wrapped in a yellow blanket. The devil of Bellweather's house had become a refuge. Rose moved before thinking. "Mrs. Dawson, sit here. Let me get you some water." The widow's eyes widened. "Rose Merritt, what happened to your hand?" "I argued with Main Street." "Main Street won." Mrs. Dawson clucked her tongue. "That street always was mean." The absurdity of it made Rose laugh. Only once, a cracked little sound. The nurse looked at her. "Sit down, Rose. You're white as paper." "I'll sit after everyone else does." "That sounds like you." Rose ignored the gentle scolding and began organizing people. Blankets from the hall closet, water bottles from the pantry, children in the den, elderly neighbors away from drafty windows, medical supplies on the kitchen island. Coffee. Always coffee. In every disaster, someone made coffee. It was one of the pillars of civilization. Within 20 minutes, the Grist ranch house no longer looked like a fortress. It looked like the safest place in Bellweather County. A little girl sobbed quietly into her mother's skirt. Rose crouched, ignoring the bite in her knee. "Hey, sweetheart." The child sniffed. "My daddy said bad men came." Rose's throat tightened. She reached out and tucked a loose curl behind the girl's ear. "Some men made bad choices tonight." "Are they coming here?" Rose glanced toward the window. Outside, Matlock stood with a rifle and a circle of loyal men. "No," she said softly. "Not if Mr. Grist has anything to say about it." The girl considered that, then nodded, as if Matlock Grist were an answer solid enough for children. Maybe he was. That thought unsettled Rose. Mrs. Dawson watched her from the kitchen table with sharp old eyes. Never thought I'd see this day. Rose stood carefully. What day? The widow accepted a mug of coffee from the nurse and smiled over the rim. Matlock Grist, bringing home a woman? Rose nearly dropped the coffee carafe she had just picked up to refill. He did not bring me home. The kitchen went quiet. Not silent. Worse. Interested. The nurse's mouth twitched. The schoolteacher suddenly developed great concern for the napkin stack. Mrs. Dawson's smile widened. Didn't he? Rose felt heat climb her throat. He got me out of town because the streets weren't safe. Mm-hmm. The sound contained an entire county's worth of disbelief. Rose turned to the counter. I'm going to pretend everyone in this kitchen has something better to discuss during an attempted uprising than my personal life. The nurse laughed softly. Honey, gossip is how small towns keep their blood moving. It is a terrible habit. It is a public service, Mrs. Dawson corrected. The schoolteacher, Lydia Grant, leaned one hip against the counter. Besides, you can't blame us. That man could have married half the county by now. Rose's fingers tightened around the coffee pot. Only a little. Not enough for anyone to notice. Unfortunately, small-town women had predatory instincts sharpened by potlucks, funerals, and church committees. They noticed. The nurse grinned. Half the county? Try half of Texas. Mrs. Dawson snorted. That bank president from San Angelo sent him pies for 6 straight months. 4, Lydia said. 6. 4 and 1 cobbler. That cobbler counted. Rose poured coffee into an already full mug and stopped herself just before disaster. He doesn't seem like a man who can be persuaded by pie. No, Mrs. Dawson said, studying her. He does not. The words landed strangely. Rose looked away. Outside the window, Matlock turned his head slightly, as if he had sensed her attention through glass, walls, and the entire history of their restraint. Their eyes met. Only for a second. Then one of the men spoke to him, and he turned back. Mrs. Dawson's voice softened. Never saw him look twice at any woman. Rose stared into the coffee. The nurse added, Till now. Every woman in the kitchen looked at Rose. Rose became intensely interested in finding more sugar. We need more cups, she said. No, we don't, Lydia replied. We might. We have 30. People could become thirsty. Mrs. Dawson patted her hand, gently, knowingly, worse than all the teasing combined. Sweetheart, men like Matlock don't bring women home by accident. Rose's heart gave an inconvenient little stumble. He didn't bring me home, she repeated, but this time the words sounded less certain. Outside, a burst of male laughter rose from the yard. Short, tired, necessary. Rose seized the excuse and stepped onto the porch with a tray of coffee before the kitchen women could flay her alive with their eyes. The night had cooled. Smoke still hazed the horizon toward Bellweather. From the porch, she could see faint orange glows far away where fire had touched parts of town. Her stomach clenched. But the yard below the house moved with purpose. Men unloaded supplies, fuel cans, medical bags, cases of water, blankets, a stack of radios. 2 men carried a crate toward the barn. Another checked vehicles. A volunteer firefighter spoke into a radio near the steps. None of them looked lost. Matlock stood in the middle of it. Not loud, not commanding attention through force. He simply occupied the center, and everyone else arranged themselves around his certainty. Rose descended the porch steps. Gravel pressed against the soles of her ruined, sensible shoes. The old veteran with the silver mustache noticed the tray. "Bless you, Miss Merritt." She handed him a cup. "You know my name?" He chuckled. "Everybody knows your name." "That sounds ominous." "Only if you owe taxes." She smiled despite herself. "I'm sorry, I don't think we've met." "Eli Navarro." He took the coffee in both hands. His left hand trembled slightly. Old injury, perhaps, or age. His eyes remained sharp. "You helped my grandson with his scholarship paperwork." Rose remembered immediately. Daniel, Texas State. Eli's weathered face softened. "First Navarro to go to college." "That was all Daniel." "Partly." His gaze drifted toward Matlock. Other part came from him. Rose followed his gaze. Matlock was speaking with the broad-shouldered man in the trucking jacket. "Matlock?" Eli sipped his coffee. "You didn't know?" "Know what?" "That scholarship fund." Rose blinked. "The Bellweather Future Fund?" Eli nodded. "He started it." Her mouth parted. "The donors are anonymous." "Mm-hmm." Mayor Walker said it was a group of alumni. "Walker lies politely." Rose stared at Matlock. He stood 20 feet away, taking reports from men who trusted him with their families, their roads, their homes. The scholarship fund had sent a dozen Bellweather kids to college. No plaque, no ceremony, no credit. Matlock Grist had quietly opened doors and let other people walk through them. Eli watched her absorb this. "Man's too stubborn to let good people fail." Before Rose could respond, another man approached, the broad-shouldered one. His trucking jacket bore the Grist Logistics emblem. "Miss Merritt?" "Hello." "Cooper Jenkins." Recognition clicked. "Earl Jenkins's nephew?" A grin cracked his tired face. "Unfortunately." "Your uncle called about the barbecue trailer today." Cooper winced. "On behalf of the family, I apologize." "Accepted." He took a coffee, then glanced toward Matlock. "Boss wants the women and kids bedded down away from windows. East side if we can manage it." "Boss?" The word should have made sense. It didn't. Not after Eli. Not after watching these men look at Matlock without fear. "You all work for him?" Rose asked. Cooper shrugged. "Some do. And the others?" "Some owe him." Eli snorted. "Some love the bastard and won't admit it." Cooper smiled faintly. "That too." Rose looked between them. "Why?" The question came out softer than she intended. Eli's brows lifted. "Why what? Why do all of you follow him?" Eli and Cooper exchanged a look, not mocking, not surprised, almost gentle. Eli leaned one shoulder against the porch post. "Follow him?" He glanced toward Matlock. "Miss Merritt, men follow power." The old veteran's voice roughened, deep with things lived rather than learned. "We follow Matlock because he carries weight that should have buried him and still shows up when folks call." Something inside Rose went still. Cooper looked into his coffee. My youngest needed heart surgery 6 years back. Rose turned to him. He spoke without looking up. Insurance fought us. Hospital wanted money we didn't have. I was selling the house when the bill vanished. He swallowed. Every cent. Rose felt her throat tighten. Matlock? Cooper nodded. Found out 2 years later. He told me if I thanked him again, he'd fire me. Eli laughed. That sounds like him. It sounds impossible, Rose whispered. No, Eli said. It sounds like Matlock. A call came from the driveway. Got stayed on the radio. Matlock turned. For one heartbeat, his gaze landed on Rose, not the coffee tray, not the men near her, her. His eyes moved over her face the way they always did now, checking for cracks, hurts, tremors she had not announced. Then he looked away, duty reclaiming him. Eli made a thoughtful noise. Rose narrowed her eyes. What? Nothing. That was not a nothing sound. Cooper hid a smile in his coffee. Eli looked far too innocent for a man old enough to know better. I'm an old man. Sounds escape? Rose did not believe him. She looked back toward Matlock. He stood with a radio in one hand, listening while Isaiah Boone spoke beside him. Isaiah had arrived in the first truck, but Rose had only seen him from a distance, tall despite his age, lean as old fence wire, white hair beneath a battered hat, weathered face carved deep by sun and time. He was the only person in the yard who seemed wholly unimpressed by Matlock Grist. Boy, Isaiah said loudly enough for half the yard to hear, if you don't stop scowling at that radio, it's liable to surrender out of pure annoyance. A few men laughed. Matlock's expression did not change. Isaiah? Don't Isaiah me. You've been sour since you were 15. I was not sour at 15. You bit a deputy. Rose choked on air. Cooper's grin widened. Matlock looked up. Wasn't a deputy, Isaiah grunted. Became one later. That doesn't count. It counts in church. A laugh moved through the men. Even Matlock's mouth shifted. Barely. The sight did something to Rose she preferred not to name. It made him look younger, not softer. Never that. But human. Painfully human. Then one of the other men near the truck said, You should have seen him overseas. The laughter died. Immediate. Complete. A silence dropped over the yard so fast Rose felt it strike. The man realized his mistake. His face paled. Matlock turned his head slowly. No anger, no threat. Only a warning so cold it needed no words. Isaiah cleared his throat. Cooper, get those supplies moved. The spell broke. Men moved again. Too quickly. Rose noticed. Of course she noticed. Overseas, another life. Old teammates. Warnings. Military intelligence. Federal agencies. Private networks. The pieces remained scattered, but they no longer looked random. They looked like parts of a map someone did not want her to read. Matlock passed the radio to Isaiah and walked toward her. The men found sudden reasons to look elsewhere. Cowards? All of them. He stopped at the bottom of the porch steps, close enough for her to see the dried blood still marking his knuckles, far enough to keep a distance between them, as though distance had been working so well. You need to be inside. I was bringing coffee. You don't need to take care of everybody tonight. She tilted her head. Have we met? His gaze held hers. Something flickered there. Not amusement, not exactly. Warmth restrained before it could become dangerous. Unfortunately, she almost smiled. Almost. Then the noise from the kitchen drifted through the open door. Children murmuring, women whispering, the clinking of mugs, the living pulse of frightened people being tended. Rose looked toward the house. You opened your home to half the town. Not half. Matlock. His jaw shifted. There are more places than this. She looked back at him. What does that mean? It means families are being moved to 3 properties outside town. Yours? He didn't answer. Which was answer enough. Rose absorbed it. The logistics, the resources, the planning, the sheer hidden architecture of protection. You didn't only prepare for yourself. His expression hardened slightly, as if praise bothered him more than accusation. No. For Bellweather, she said. His eyes moved toward the smoke-dark horizon. For home. The word struck her strangely. Home. Not property, not territory. Home. Before she could speak, a deputy called his name from the driveway. Matlock began to turn, then paused. His gaze dropped to her arm. The bruises. His voice lowered. Does it hurt? The question was so quiet, so separate from the command and chaos around them, that she had to answer honestly. Yes. Something dark crossed his face. I should have broken more than his wrist. Her breath caught. He said it calmly, not boasting, not trying to shock her. A simple statement of regret. Rose stared at him. There was the man Bellweather feared, the man who lived under the manors, the man who had touched her with impossible care while violence sat leashed inside him, waiting for permission. She should have stepped back. She did not. You stopped because I asked you to. His eyes returned to hers. Yes. Would you have stopped for anyone else? The silence between them changed, deepened. His answer, when it came, was barely louder than the night wind. No. The word should have frightened her. It did. It also moved through her like heat. Matlock looked away first. Go inside, Rosebud. This time, the nickname felt different. Not casual, not teasing, not harmless. Every woman in the kitchen had heard the truth inside it before Rose had. Every man in the yard had known. Perhaps everyone had known. Everyone except her. Rose carried the empty tray back up the steps because she needed something to do with her hands. Inside, the house had settled into an uneasy order. Children slept on blankets in the den. Mrs. Dawson dozed in a chair. The nurse inventoried the supplies. Lydia whispered with the deputy's wife near the hallway. Rose refilled the coffee pot, checked on the children, found extra pillows, moved through tasks like stepping on stones across rising water. But her attention kept drifting outside, to Matlock, to the men around him, to the rifle resting near the porch rail, to the quiet way he gave himself to danger as if it had been written into his bones. Near 2 a.m, the house finally softened. Not slept. No one truly slept. But fear wore itself out after enough hours. Rose stepped onto the porch. The air had cooled further. A faint breeze carried cedar, smoke, and distant rain that might never arrive. Most of the men had dispersed to their posts. Only a few remained in the yard. Matlock stood beneath a security light near the drive, speaking with 2 deputies and Cooper Jenkins. He looked tired now. Not weak, never weak, but the night had marked him. A bruise shadowed one cheekbone, blood darkened his sleeve. His shoulders carried invisible burdens with the ease of practice. Isaiah Boone came out of the shadows beside the porch. Rose startled. He chuckled. "Didn't mean to spook you." "You didn't. You lie kinder than most." She glanced at him. He leaned against the porch rail with a groan, looking out over the yard. For a while, neither of them spoke. Some silences needed room to breathe. Finally, Isaiah said, "Folks think Bellweather belongs to Matlock." Rose looked toward the man in the yard. "Doesn't it?" Isaiah shook his head. "Truth is, that boy gave his whole life to this town." The words sank into her slowly. Matlock looked up just then, as if he sensed himself being discussed. From across the yard, his eyes found Rose. Of course they did. Isaiah saw it. His mouth curved beneath his white mustache. Rose kept her voice low. "Why?" "Same reason men build fences." She frowned. Isaiah nodded toward the valley. "To protect what they love." The breeze moved between them. Rose's fingers curled around the porch rail. Below, Matlock turned back to his men. "Duty again?" "Always duty." Isaiah's voice softened. Course, there was one thing he never figured out how to have. Her pulse stumbled. "What was that?" The old foreman looked at her then. His weathered face held no teasing, no gossip, only a gentleness so stark it made her chest ache. "You?" Isaiah said softly. Rose forgot how to breathe. Isaiah pushed away from the rail with a quiet grunt and started toward the door. He paused with one hand on the knob. "Get some rest, Miss Merritt." Then he went inside, leaving Rose alone on the porch with the smoke, the stars, and the terrible knowledge that Matlock Grist's silence had been speaking to her for years. Chapter 8. Rosebud. Rose Merritt did not sleep. The ranch house had quieted by degrees, the way frightened places did after midnight. First, the children stopped crying. Then the women stopped whispering. Then the men came in and out less often, their boots softer against the porch boards, their voices lower, as if even fear had grown tired and needed rest. Blankets covered the living room floor. Mrs. Dawson slept in a recliner with her purse still clutched to her ribs. Lydia Grant had fallen asleep beside 2 children who were not hers, one small hand tangled in the hem of her blouse. The nurse from the clinic dozed upright at the kitchen table, chin tucked to her chest, a half-empty mug of coffee forgotten beside her elbow. Bellweather breathed inside Matlock Grist's house. Wounded, scared, alive. Rose stood in the hallway and listened to it, to the soft snores, to the restless shifting, to the low murmur of a radio somewhere outside, to the generator humming beneath the floorboards like a mechanical heart. She should have been grateful. She was. She should have been exhausted. She was. But every time she closed her eyes, she saw Bellweather burning beneath fireworks, saw the man in the alley gripping her arm, saw Matlock moving through violence with frightening certainty, saw Isaiah Boone's weathered face as he looked at her beneath the porch light and said one word that had rearranged the shape of her entire life. "You?" Rose wrapped her arms around herself. That word had followed her through the house, into the kitchen, down the hall, past sleeping children and frightened mothers. It had slipped under every door she closed. "You." Matlock Grist had wanted her, not since tonight. Not because the riot had frightened them both into sudden need. For years, and somehow everyone in Bellweather seemed to have noticed. Everyone except Rose. She glanced toward the front door. A thin line of porch light glowed beneath it. Of course, he was still awake. Men like Matlock did not rest while danger breathed somewhere in the dark. Rose told herself she only wanted air. That was all. Air. Nothing more complicated than that. She opened the door quietly and stepped onto the porch. The night met her cool and wide. Stars scattered across the Texas sky in reckless abundance, bright enough to make the darkness look alive. Far to the east, smoke still stained the horizon above Bellweather, but the fires had dimmed from an angry orange to a dull, wounded glow. Matlock sat in a wooden chair at the far end of the porch. One boot braced against the rail, a whiskey glass in his hand. A rifle leaned within reach, always within reach. He did not turn around. Couldn't sleep? Rose closed the door behind her. I'm beginning to suspect you're not human. A faint movement touched his mouth. Been accused of worse. I believe it. That almost smile deepened, only slightly, enough to make her chest tighten. He lifted the whiskey glass. Want some? She crossed the porch. Her bare feet made almost no sound against the boards. At some point, she had taken off her destroyed shoes. Yes. He held the glass out. No warning, no lecture, no concern about whether she should. Matlock Grist offered whiskey the way he offered everything. With quiet certainty, trusting her to know her own mind. Rose accepted the glass. His fingers brushed hers. Not even a full touch. Barely skin. Still, awareness jolted through her. She took a swallow to cover it and immediately regretted the decision. The whiskey burned down her throat and bloomed hot in her chest. She coughed. Matlock looked far too amused. That is terrible, she said. It's expensive. Then rich people have been lied to. This time, the sound he made might have been a laugh. Not much of one. More like gravel shifting in a creek bed. But it was there. Rose lowered herself into the chair beside him. For a few minutes, neither of them spoke. The quiet between them did not feel empty. It felt full of things neither had decided how to name. Below the porch, the ranch yard lay in silver shadow. Men moved at the edges of the property, distant shapes with radios and rifles, guarding the house, guarding the sleeping people inside, guarding her. Rose took another cautious sip of whiskey. It tasted less awful the second time, or perhaps the night had changed her standards. How many people know? She asked. Matlock's gaze stayed on the dark valley. Know what? She turned the glass between both hands. Whatever this is. The question hung between them, fragile and not fragile at all. His profile remained unreadable. Sharp cheekbone, dark stubble. The faint bruise blooming near one eye. Blood still marked one cuff of his shirt, despite the way he had washed his hands before coming inside earlier. He had washed away what he could. Some things did not leave that easily. Most of Bellweather, he said. Rose shut her eyes. Oh, for heaven's sake. His mouth twitched. You asked. I asked because I expected an answer like Isaiah. Maybe Mrs. Dawson, not most of Bellweather. Small town. That is not a defense. That is a public menace. It has its uses. She opened her eyes and stared at him. You mean to tell me the entire town has been aware of something I didn't know was happening in my own life? Not entire. Matlock. His gaze slid to her, gray eyes, steady, unfair. Earl Jenkins probably missed it. Despite herself, Rose laughed. It escaped before she could stop it, low and startled and shaky around the edges. Matlock watched her as though he had been given something rare. That look did more to quiet her laughter than anything else could have. The air shifted, softened, deepened. She looked away first, staring into the dark. Why didn't you say anything? The question came out quieter than she intended. Matlock did not answer quickly. She had learned that about him. He did not waste words. He also did not offer them casually. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost all trace of amusement. You were building a life. So were you. No. The single word made her turn back. He looked out toward the valley. I was maintaining one. The honesty of it struck her harder than she expected. She thought of the ranch, the men, the families sleeping inside, the scholarship fund, the hidden safe houses, the roads and routes and radios, a life built less from desire than from duty. You make it sound as though you don't want anything. He took the whiskey glass from her hand, their fingers brushing again. This time the touch lingered. Only a heartbeat. Long enough? His voice lowered. I didn't say that. Heat moved through her stomach. Slow, startling, dangerous. The kind of warmth that did not belong on a porch while her town smoldered in the distance. The kind of warmth that had no manners. Rose folded her hands in her lap. Isaiah said something. Matlock's gaze sharpened. What did he say? That you gave your whole life to this town. His expression settled. Careful. Isaiah talks too much. He also said you build fences to protect what you love. Matlock's jaw flexed. Rose watched him, because now she knew, or thought she knew, or feared she knew. She had spent years thinking his silence meant indifference. Now she wondered if silence had been the only gentlemanly thing left to him. He said there was one thing you never figured out how to have. Matlock went still. Not the violent stillness from Main Street. Not the lethal calm that came before a man hit the ground. This was different. Older, more vulnerable, more dangerous for that reason. Rose held his gaze. He said it was me. The ranch seemed to hush around them. Even the insects sounded farther away. Matlock looked at her for a long time, long enough for her pulse to climb into her throat, long enough for retreat to remain possible, for both of them. Then he looked away. That, more than any confession, told her the truth. Rose swallowed. Matlock. Don't. The word came rough, not angry, wounded. Don't ask me something tonight that you won't want answered tomorrow. She stared at him. I'm not a child. No. His gaze returned to her, and the heat in it stole the rest of her protest. No, Rose, you are not. Her name. Not Rosebud. Rose. The sound of it in his mouth felt like a hand closing gently around the back of her neck. She drew a breath. It did not help. For a while, only the night spoke. A radio murmured from somewhere beyond the yard. A horse shifted in a distant stall. Wind slid through the live oaks. Then Rose asked the question that had been waiting since the first time he had said it. Why do you call me Rosebud? The change in him was small. A breath caught. A shoulder tensed. A scarred thumb moved along the rim of the whiskey glass. She had not expected the question to hit him there. Wherever there was. Matlock looked toward the courthouse glow far beyond the hills, as if the memory lived between them and the town. Your mama used to plant roses by the courthouse. Rose stilled. Of all the answers she had expected, that was not one. My mother? He nodded once. Every spring. Rose looked down at her bandaged hands. A memory stirred. Her mother on her knees in the courthouse flower beds, a wide-brimmed hat, dirt on her gloves. Humming under her breath while Rose sat on the grass with a book and pretended not to listen. The ache came without warning. Gentle. Terrible. Matlock's voice dropped. One summer, the drought killed every flower in town. I remember that. She barely did. Heat shimmering above the streets, grass gone brittle and yellow, adults talking about water restrictions and lost crops. Except for one rose bush, he said. Rose's chest tightened. She remembered that, too. One stubborn little bush near the courthouse steps, brown-edged leaves, thin stems, a single red bud that refused to die. You were 14, Matlock said. Came out every morning carrying water in a milk jug. She turned to him slowly. You remember that? His eyes met hers. I remember a lot of things. The words slipped under her skin, quiet, unadorned, devastating. I thought no one noticed. I noticed. Of course he had. Matlock Grist noticed everything. Rose tried to smile. It trembled. That rose bush died anyway. No. His voice was soft. It didn't. She frowned. It did. I remember the county gardener pulling it up. I had him replant it behind City Hall. Rose blinked. What? Your mama asked to have it moved to a place with more shade. The porch blurred for a second. Rose looked away, furious with her eyes for betraying her. She did? I didn't know. I figured. He shifted in the chair. Not closer. Not away. Only enough to angle toward her. That bush is still there. Back corner. Near the drain spout. She pressed her lips together. Her throat tightened painfully. A laugh tried to become a sob and failed at being either. Matlock watched her quietly. Not intruding. Not trying to soften what the memory had opened. He let her have the ache. That almost undid her. After a moment, he said, Everybody said that Bush wouldn't make it. Rose wiped beneath one eye with the heel of her bandaged hand. I was stubborn. Still are. She let out a shaky breath. His voice roughened. You kept showing up anyway. The words settled over her like warm rain on hard ground. She turned back to him. He looked at her as if the girl with the milk jug and the woman on his porch were the same miracle in different lights. Because you keep growing through hard ground, Rosebud. There it was, the answer. Not flirtation. Not habit. Not a teasing nickname tossed across the years. A memory. A vow he had kept to her mother without telling her. Rose's heart hurt. Not badly. Deeply. She should have spoken. She should have said something sensible. Something like, "Thank you. That's beautiful. I don't know what to do with that." Instead, she whispered, You watched me that long? A muscle moved in his jaw. Yes. The air changed again. Not innocent now. Maybe it had never been innocent. How long? She asked. Matlock's fingers tightened around the whiskey glass. His voice lowered. Longer than I should have. Then I went away for more than a decade. And when I came back, you were all grown up and had your life you were working on. That answer moved through her like flame through dry grass. She held very still. He did too. Two people sitting on a porch while the world beyond them burned, pretending the greater danger had not shifted to the space between their chairs. Did you ever plan to tell me? No. The honesty should have hurt. Instead, it warmed something in her she had not known was cold. Why? His gaze dropped to her mouth. Only for a second, enough to make every thought in her head scatter like startled birds. Because wanting ain't the same as taking. Her breath caught. The words were not polished. They were better, rough and restrained, and entirely him. Outside, one of the men near the barn laughed softly at something. The sound reminded Rose that they were not alone, that they had never been alone, that half the town slept inside, and Bellweather bled on the horizon, and every sensible part of her should stand up and go back into the house. She did not move. Matlock lifted a hand, slowly, giving her every chance to lean away. She didn't. His thumb brushed her cheek. Barely. A light stroke beneath one eye, where she must have missed a trace of ash or tears. His hand stilled. Her breathing did too. His skin was warm, calloused, careful. That was the part that ruined her. The care, not the strength, not the danger, not the rumors or the violence or the way men obeyed him under moonlight. It was the way a man who could break bones touched her as if she were the one thing he feared damaging. Rose? The sound of her name was a warning, or a plea. She wasn't certain which one. Yes. His thumb moved once more, a slow, controlled sweep along her cheekbone. You need to go inside. The words said one thing. His eyes said another. Rose leaned forward. Only an inch. Matlock stopped breathing. So did she. The porch, the ranch, the stars, the wounded town in the distance. All of it narrowed to the space between his mouth and hers. He did not move first. Of course, he didn't. A man like Matlock might take a blow, take a life, take command of a burning town, but he would not take this. Not from her. The knowledge made her chest ache. Rose lifted her hand and placed her fingers lightly against his wrist, the one touching her face. His pulse struck hard beneath her fingertips, not calm now, not steady. There he was, the man under the discipline, the want beneath the restraint. Matlock, she whispered. He closed his eyes for half a second. When they opened, something in them had gone raw. He leaned in, slowly, giving her time. Too much time. Not enough. Their mouths were close enough that she felt his breath against her lips. Whiskey, smoke, heat. Then the radio inside the house exploded to life. Static cracked through the night. A man's voice shouted, "Shots fired near City Hall! Repeat, shots fired near City Hall!" Rose jerked back. Matlock stood so fast that the chair scraped across the porch. Everything in him changed. The man vanished behind the protector. The commander, the devil of Bellweather. The radio continued barking from inside. "Crowds pushed north. Need backup at the courthouse. Possible breach at City Hall! Rose's blood turned cold. City Hall, her office, her desk, her mother's rose bush near the back corner by the drain spout. The place where her life had rooted after everything else was gone. Matlock grabbed the rifle. "Stay inside." Rose stood slowly. Her legs felt unsteady, not only from fear. He looked at her. "Rose." The warning in his voice was unmistakable. The command, too. She stared toward the smoke-dark horizon where Bellweather waited, broken and burning and still hers. Then she looked back at him. And in her heart, where common sense should have been, something stubborn lifted its chin. Matlock Grist had protected Bellweather his way for years. But City Hall was her ground, her roots, her hard soil, and Rose Merritt had never been good at abandoning things that were trying to survive. Chapter 9. The Devil Comes Home. Ignoring Matlock Grist felt surprisingly easy for the first 6 miles of road. She knew because she counted them. 7 minutes after he told her to stay inside, his truck disappeared down the ranch road with 3 others following behind it. Headlights vanished into the darkness. The devil of Bellweather had gone back to war, and Rose was left behind. She lasted another 4 minutes. Then she put on borrowed boots. By minute 12, she was in the kitchen helping Mrs. Dawson stack supplies into cardboard boxes. At minute 15, she stopped pretending she intended to stay. "Absolutely not," Mrs. Dawson said. Rose looked up innocently. The widow narrowed her eyes. At 82, Evelyn Dawson possessed the sort of perception that came from raising children, surviving grief, and winning arguments against men who had underestimated her. "Whatever foolishness just crossed your mind," Mrs. Dawson continued, "the answer is no." Rose blinked. "I haven't said anything." "Your mother used to make that exact face before doing something ill-advised." That was deeply unfair and entirely accurate. Rose adjusted a case of bottled water. "City Hall is my responsibility." Mrs. Dawson snorted. "Child, tonight your responsibility is not getting yourself killed." Rose opened her mouth. The widow pointed a finger. "No." That single syllable carried more authority than most judges. Unfortunately for everyone involved, Rose Merritt had inherited stubbornness in dangerous quantities. She waited, helped organize supplies, counted blankets, checked names against lists. 40 minutes later, Mrs. Dawson's nephew, Tyler Reed, loaded his truck for one of the other properties Matlock had opened to displaced families. Tyler was 23, kind, earnest, and unfortunately vulnerable to the phrase, "I can help." Rose used it shamelessly. 5 minutes later, she sat in the passenger seat of Tyler's pickup, technically volunteering, not sneaking. The distinction mattered, to her anyway. Tyler adjusted his baseball cap nervously. "Mr. Grist's gonna kill me." "He is not." Tyler looked horrified. "Miss Rose, respectfully, that man once stared at me hard for a full minute because I drove a trailer with a bad brake light." Rose blinked. "That doesn't sound so bad." "Miss Rose," his voice lowered reverently, "I fixed the brake light before he finished staring." Despite everything, she laughed. The sound surprised her. Laughter felt strange tonight, like finding birdsong after a storm. Tyler pulled onto the ranch road. The pickup's headlights carved pale tunnels through the dark. Behind them, Grist Ranch faded into shadow. Ahead lay Bellweather, or what remained of it. The drive took 20 minutes. 10 quiet miles beneath a sky still stained with distant smoke. The radio crackled intermittently. Deputies, fire crews, road closures, rumors of state resources moving into neighboring counties. Tyler kept both hands on the wheel. Never seen anything like this. Rose hadn't either. She hoped never to again. As they crested a hill overlooking the town, her breath caught. Bellweather looked wounded. Not destroyed, not broken, wounded. Streetlights flickered uncertainly. Emergency vehicles crawled through the neighborhoods. Smoke drifted above Main Street. The courthouse still stood. The church still stood. Most homes remained untouched. The town had bent. It had not broken. Not yet. Tyler exhaled. Folks'll rebuild. Rose nodded. Because Bellweather always did. That was what small towns were. Communities built from stubborn people and second chances. A roadblock stopped them outside the town. 2 exhausted deputies waved flashlights. One recognized Rose immediately. Miss Merritt? Deputy Harris looked as though he'd aged 10 years since sunset. Are you supposed to be here? An excellent question. Rose chose diplomacy. I am delivering supplies. Not technically untrue. The deputy sighed. The sigh of a man too tired to fight destiny. Mr. Grist's gonna have my badge. Tyler muttered quietly. Told you. They were waved through. The courthouse square looked like a battlefield. Broken glass glittered beneath emergency lights. Several storefronts bore scorch marks. A burned trash bin sat overturned near the pharmacy. Volunteers carried water. Firefighters moved equipment. Neighbors swept sidewalks in the middle of the night because that was what people in Bellweather did. They cleaned up before dawn, as if refusing to surrender to ugliness. Tyler turned toward the east side of town. Rose's chest tightened. Wait! He glanced over. What? City Hall! Tyler looked alarmed. Miss Rose! Please. He hesitated, then sighed the sigh of a man who had already made one poor decision tonight and saw little point in resisting fate. The building stood. Thank God. Broken windows reflected flashing emergency lights. One side had black scorch marks where fire had burned the crawling ivy from the stone. Glass littered the steps. Rose stepped out of the truck. Her chest hurt. Some places held pieces of your life. City Hall held hers. She climbed the steps slowly. The lobby looked wrong, too empty, too damaged. A chair had been overturned and smashed. Papers littered the floor. A window near the council chamber had shattered inward. Her office door stood open. Rose entered quietly. Her desk remained where she'd left it. Mostly. Parade schedules lay scattered across the floor. Vendor forms, emergency lists, her coffee mug. Bellweather's favorite daughter. Mayor Walker had given it to her 3 years ago. She picked it up with trembling fingers. Unbroken, somehow. Her gaze drifted to the photograph on her desk. Her parents. Still there, still smiling. Her throat tightened. Outside the back window, moonlight silvered the courtyard. And there, near the drain spout, a rose bush bloomed. Alive, her mother. Matlock. Rose closed her eyes briefly. Then the radio on her hip crackled. A voice, familiar, deep, steady. Matlock. North side secured. Medical supplies routed through to the church. Her heart stumbled. Before she could stop herself, she followed the sound. Instinctively. Like a compass finding north, she stepped into the courthouse square and found him. The Devil of Bellweather stood beneath emergency floodlights beside 2 deputies, a state trooper, and a man in a windbreaker bearing a federal badge. Federal. Rose stopped walking. The federal agent spoke first. DPS confirmed with DHS that 4 counties were hit simultaneously. Matlock nodded once. No surprise. Of course. National Guard? Staging in Austin? Too far. Agreed. The federal agent handed him a map. Handed, not showed. Handed. As though Matlock belonged in this conversation. As though he belonged here. Her pulse quickened. Who are you? Really? The question returned. Louder this time. Matlock studied the map. Push medical traffic through County Road 7. The trooper frowned. Road's unmarked. Which is why it'll stay open. The trooper nodded immediately. Immediately. Rose stared. Nobody questioned him. Nobody argued. The federal agent checked his phone. 3 detainees. Matlock's expression changed. Not much. Enough. Talking? 1 is. The agent's mouth tightened. 2 aren't. A beat. Then quietly, Mr. Grist? The title sounded different in the agent's voice. Professional, respectful, careful. The federal agent gestured toward a nearby patrol vehicle. Rose couldn't hear the reply, but she saw Matlock walk toward the vehicle. A man sat handcuffed inside, disheveled, a cloth mask gathered around his throat. Young, angry, scared. Matlock opened the door, got in, closed it. 5 minutes passed. No shouting, no threats, no raised voices. Only silence from where she watched. Rose's skin prickled. The door opened. Matlock stepped out. The prisoner looked pale, shaking. The federal agent approached. What did he give you? Matlock's voice remained calm. 2 more names, funding route, online coordinator. The agent stared. That's it? Matlock looked toward the burning horizon. No. The single word landed heavily. It's bigger. Rose's blood ran cold. Bigger. The agent nodded grimly. No one asked how Matlock had gotten the information. No one seemed surprised. That frightened her more than anything. A deputy passed nearby. Rose overheard fragments. Military intelligence? Another deputy cut him off immediately. Don't. The first deputy shut his mouth. Conversation over. Her pulse quickened. Pieces, fragments, whispers. None of them fit together. Yet. A movement near the courthouse entrance caught her eye. A figure, masked, standing in shadow, watching. Her stomach dropped. He wasn't looking at the deputies, wasn't looking at Matlock. He was looking at her. Recognition flashed behind the mask. Another man from Main Street. Rose's breath caught. No. The man moved, fast. Her radio slipped from numb fingers. It hit the pavement with a crack. Matlock's head snapped toward the sound instantly. Gray eyes found her, and widened. Not anger, not fury. Fear. Pure. Terrible. Fear! The masked man lunged. Everything happened at once. Someone shouted. A deputy reached for his weapon. Rose stumbled backward. The attacker grabbed her wrist. Again. Not again! Not! Matlock moved. Rose had seen him fight before. This was different. This was faster, more frightening, because there was no control left. No distance, no careful calculation. Only terror wearing violence like armor. The attacker barely had time to turn. Matlock hit him, once, twice. The man went down hard. Still, Matlock moved, pounding into the man with all his might. The federal agent grabbed his shoulder. "Grist!" No response, a deputy shouted. Nothing. Rose had never seen him like this, not angry, terrified, because she understood now. This wasn't rage, this was fear with nowhere else to go. "Matlock!" Her voice broke. He froze. The silence that followed felt enormous. His chest rose sharply. Once, twice, his hands shook. Not from effort, from terror. The realization struck Rose like lightning. Matlock Grist was shaking. The devil of Bellweather was afraid, and he was afraid for her. He turned, crossed the distance, pulled her hard against his chest. One arm around her back, one hand at the back of her head, holding, checking, anchoring himself to the fact that she was still here. His voice emerged rough enough to scrape, almost breaking. "Don't do that to me again." And for the first time since she'd known him, Rose realized Matlock Grist had no idea how to survive losing her. Chapter 10. Lines in the Dirt. Matlock Grist held Rose Merritt as though letting go might break something inside him, and for a long time he did not let her go. Not when the deputies arrived, not when the attacker was dragged away, bloodied and half-conscious, not when the shouting faded from the courthouse square. And for several seconds she let him, because Matlock Grist held her so tightly that Rose could feel the tremor running through him. The courthouse square moved around them in broken pieces. Deputies dragged detainees toward patrol vehicles. Firefighters crossed Main Street with hoses looped over their shoulders. A federal agent barked into a phone. Somewhere near the pharmacy, glass crunched beneath boots. Above it all, smoke drifted through the floodlights in pale, ghostly veils. Bellweather still stood, but it did not look untouched anymore. Neither did Matlock. His arm banded around Rose's back. His other hand cradled the back of her head, fingers tangled in her hair, palm pressed with near-desperate care against her skull. Not restraining, counting, confirming, here. Whole. Rose stood trapped against him, her cheek pressed to the hard plane of his chest, listening to the thunder of his heart. Fast, too fast. Matlock Grist's heart should not have sounded human. Yet there it was, a wild, punishing rhythm beneath smoke, blood, and linen. He was shaking. Barely. Enough for her to feel it. Enough to change something inside her forever. "Matlock," she said softly. His grip tightened. "Don't!" The words scraped out of him. She drew back enough to look up. His face had gone hard again, but the mask did not fit right this time. There were cracks in it. A bruise darkened one cheekbone. Blood streaked his knuckles. His eyes looked like gunmetal after lightning. Furious, terrified, not at the town, not at the men who had attacked them, at himself. Rose saw it, saw the whole impossible weight of it. He believed every broken window belonged to him. Every injury, every scream, every hand that had touched her. The attacker groaned somewhere behind them. Matlock's gaze cut toward him. One look. That was all. The man tried to crawl backward despite the cuffs. Rose caught Matlock's sleeve. "No." His eyes snapped back to hers. For a moment, she thought he would argue. Then he took one breath. Another. and stepped away from the ledge inside himself. Not far, but far enough. The federal agent approached, his expression cautious. "Mr. Grist." Matlock did not look away from Rose. "Get him out of my sight." The agent's gaze flicked to Rose, then back. "Done!" 2 deputies hauled the attacker to his feet. The man cried out. Matlock didn't blink. Rose should have been horrified by that. Part of her was. Another part, darker and less polite, re-experienced the scent of fuel-filled bottles flying through the air to set her town ablaze as she remembered the stranger's hand around her wrist and felt nothing close to pity. That frightened her. Or perhaps it should have. Matlock took her by the elbow. "Truck." One word. No room for discussion. Rose planted her feet. "Matlock." His fingers loosened at once, the instant she resisted. That mattered. It mattered more than the command, more than the fury, more than all the dangerous things he had done tonight. He released her because she made him, but his voice, when it came, had gone dangerously quiet. "Please don't fight me in the middle of a street where I have already watched a man put hands on you tonight, for the 2nd time." Please. That word undid her more than any order. Still, stubbornness had roots in her deeper than fear. "I need to make sure City Hall is secure." His laugh held no humor. "City Hall has deputies, troopers, firefighters, and 1 federal agent with shoes too clean for this county." "That is not an answer." "No." He leaned closer, eyes locked on hers. "It's a list." "Matlock." "Truck. Rose." Not Rosebud. Rose. The sound of her name in his mouth struck harder than the command. The federal agent turned away, suddenly fascinated by his phone. Deputy Harris found urgent interest in a broken street lamp. Everyone else in Bellweather apparently had better survival instincts than she did. Rose got into the truck. Not because he ordered her, because she could see his hand still shaking when he opened the passenger door for her. The drive out of town happened in silence. Not empty silence, charged silence. The sort that sat in the cab with them, breathing too loudly. Matlock drove with impossible control, both hands on the wheel, eyes forward, jaw locked. Every muscle in him looked braced against some internal collision. Rose watched Bellweather slide past her window. Broken storefronts, burned bunting, neighbors sweeping glass into piles, a firefighter hugging a child near the church steps. The town had become a wounded thing, refusing to lie down. Her chest ached. At the city limits, a deputy waved them through without asking questions. Of course he did. No one asked Matlock questions tonight, or ever perhaps. The truck turned onto a dark county road. Gravel snapped beneath the tires. The lights of Bellweather fell behind them. For several miles, neither spoke. Rose stared at her bandaged hand. The wrap had loosened. A line of blood had seeped through. Not much. Enough, Matlock noticed. His voice came low. "You're bleeding." "So are you." "That's different." Her temper flared. "There it is." His eyes cut toward her. "What?" "That tone." "What tone?" "The one where your injuries are fine and mine are apparently a federal emergency." His hands tightened on the wheel. "You were attacked." "So were you." "I can handle myself." "So can I." "No." The words struck like a slammed door. Rose turned fully toward him. "No?" His jaw flexed. "Not tonight. Anger rose hot through fear and exhaustion. It felt wonderful, clean, alive. I have been handling Bellweather emergencies for years. Matlock Grist. Parade permits ain't bullets. I know that. Do you? The question hit harder than it should have. Her voice sharpened. I am not stupid. I never said you were. You're treating me like I am. I am treating you like a woman who walked back into a live threat after I put her somewhere safe. Because people needed help. People can bury me tomorrow. The truck engine hummed between them. Matlock's voice dropped. They can't bury you. I can't bury you. The words struck the breath from her. Not because they were loud, because they weren't, because he said them like a truth. He could not survive. Rose stared at him. The hard line of his profile, the muscle jumping near his jaw. The blood dried in the sleeve of his shirt and at his wrist. His knuckles split open again. You can't say things like that and expect me to sit quietly, she whispered. I don't expect you to sit quietly. You expect me to obey? His mouth flattened. Tonight, yes. Wrong answer. So wrong, the air around them seemed to burst into sparks. No, she said. Matlock did not look at her. Rose? No, you do not get to decide where I go and what I do. I get to keep you breathing. You don't get to own me. The echo hit them both. She had said the same thing once already tonight. On Main Street, before shots, before City Hall, before she understood how much terror could hide beneath a man's fury. Matlock turned the truck onto the ranch road. The headlights caught fence posts and live oaks. His voice, when it came, was rough enough to hurt. No. He stopped the truck near the second gate and looked at her at last. His eyes were dark in the cab. But God help me, Rosebud. I don't know how to act like I don't. The world narrowed. Rose's breath faltered. The gate opened ahead of them with a slow, metallic groan. Neither of them moved. Neither spoke. That confession sat between them like a loaded weapon. Dangerous because it was honest. Dangerous because neither of them could pretend not to see it anymore. Matlock looked away first. The truck rolled forward. Rose's pulse beat hard in her throat. At the ranch house, the yard remained dim but alert. Men still stood perimeter. The house glowed with quiet life. Sleeping families, worried women, children dreaming badly in borrowed blankets. Matlock parked near the porch and killed the engine. For a moment, he stayed still. Then he stepped out. Rose followed before he could come around to open her door. His head turned sharply, a warning already forming. She lifted a hand. Do not. His mouth shut. Good. The night smelled of smoke and cedar and rain that had not yet fallen. Rose stood beside the truck, arms folded, heart pounding, every nerve scraped raw. Matlock faced her across the gravel. Tall, bloodied. Beautiful in a harsh, impossible way that made her furious all over again. How dare he look like that while her whole life tilted under her feet? He spoke first. You should be inside. She laughed once. Truly, Matlock, you have a gift. His brows drew together. For what? Finding exactly the wrong thing to say. He looked toward the house. People are sleeping. Then lower your voice. His gaze snapped back to hers. That almost made her smile. Almost. Then the anger returned, not hot this time, but deep. You knew there were warnings. Yes. You told the mayor. Yes. You made plans. Yes. You moved families. Yes. You had safe houses ready. His expression sharpened. Properties. Safe houses. He said nothing. That was answer enough. Rose stepped closer. Yet somehow you still believe tonight is your fault. Matlock went very still. There, the truth had teeth. She saw them sink in. Rose. No. You do not get to stand here bleeding and act as though you failed because you didn't personally hold up the sky. His face closed. Too fast. Too practiced. I should have pulled you out sooner. You tried. Not hard enough. I am not luggage, Matlock. His jaw flexed. I should have moved half this town before sunset. You warned them. I didn't make them listen. Because they are people, not cattle. His eyes flashed. I know that. Do you? The silence between them went cold. She regretted the words the instant they left her mouth. Not because they were weak, because they were cruel. A muscle moved in his cheek. He looked away. Rose's anger collapsed into something much worse. Matlock! No. His voice flattened. You want the truth? Fine. He looked back at her. His eyes were no longer angry. They were old. Too old. I know exactly what people are. I know how fast they die. I know how long it takes a mother to stop screaming when her boy bleeds out on the road. I know how many seconds a man can stay alive after he ought to be dead. I know what panic does to a crowd. I know what cowardice smells like. I know what burned skin smells like, too. Rose could not move. He stepped closer, voice low, each word controlled with terrifying effort. I know people ain't cattle. His gaze dropped to the bruises on her arm, then rose again. And I know what happens when I get there too late. The night pressed in on them. Rose swallowed. How many people have you buried? For a moment, she thought he would not answer. Then, too many. No drama, no explanation. Only 2 words and a graveyard behind them. Her chest tightened. She saw again the men at the ranch, the safe houses, the weapons, the radios, the years of invisible preparation, not paranoia, not control, memory. Matlock Grist had built fortresses because the world had once taught him how easily people could be lost. And tonight, Rose had stepped out from behind his walls. His voice dropped. I knew there were warnings. I had pieces, chatter, names moving through channels they shouldn't have been in, foreign money feeding boys too angry to know they were being used, folks talking rebellion like blood is a campfire story. He looked toward Bellweather. Should have known they'd choose towns like ours. Why? Because small towns trust too easy. A bitter edge cut through his voice. And because nobody sends enough help until after the damage is done. Rose hugged herself. The July night had not turned cold. She had. You couldn't have stopped all of it. His eyes returned to her. No. The words sounded like surrender dragged over broken glass. But I could have stopped what touched you. There it was, the wound beneath every command, not the town. Her. Rose's anger softened. That frightened her, too. You did stop him. After. Matlock! After he put bruises on you, after he dragged you, after a bullet hit brick 2 inches from your head, after you walked right back into town and another one grabbed you. His voice cracked on the last word. Barely enough. He looked away as if he were furious at the betrayal. Rose stepped closer. The gravel shifted beneath her borrowed boots. You're angry at me? No. You are. His eyes cut back to hers. I am furious with myself. The honesty stripped the air from her lungs. He said it without adornment, without defense. A man confessing to the only crime he truly believed mattered. Failure. Rose closed the distance between them. Not all the way. Enough. You scared me tonight. His expression changed. Me? Yes, you. Rose. You think you're the only one who watched someone bleed? You think you're the only one who stood there wondering if one more second might change everything? He stilled. She looked at his bruised face, his torn sleeve, his split knuckles. The blood he dismissed because it belonged to him. Those men came at you too. I handled them. Her laugh broke. I know. I saw. His gaze sharpened. You shouldn't have had to. But I did. The words trembled. This time she let them. I saw you hit that man. I saw the agent grab you. I saw your hands shake. Do you understand what that did to me? Matlock's eyes darkened. I scared you. Yes. His face hardened, wounded in a way he probably did not recognize. Rose stepped closer again. But not because I thought you would hurt me. He went still. Then why? Her throat tightened. Because for a moment, I thought something had broken inside you, and I did not know how to reach you. Silence. Vast, Texas-wide. Then Matlock breathed her name. Rose. She hated how much it moved through her, hated how soft it made every sharp thing inside her, hated him for standing there wounded and impossible, and hers in ways neither of them had agreed to yet. You do not get to decide my life for me, she said. I know. No, you don't. His mouth tightened. He looked past her toward the sleeping house, then back. The next words came rougher, lower, as though he dragged them from somewhere beneath all those years of restraint. No. But if you die, I don't get to live one either. The world stopped. No radio, no insects, no distant smoke, only him, only her, only that terrible, beautiful truth standing between them with blood on its hands. Matlock seemed to realize what he had said after the words had already escaped. His face closed. Too late. Rose had heard. More than heard. She felt the words settle into every lonely room inside her. He had not said he loved her. That would have been cleaner, safer, easier to answer. This was worse. This was need. This was a man with blood on his knuckles admitting that her death would empty the world. She lifted a trembling hand. Matlock did not move. Not when her fingers touched the bruise along his jaw. Not when his breath left him in one slow, uneven exhale. Not when her thumb brushed the blood near his mouth. His eyes closed, only for a second. A man facing down an army might have stood steadier than he did beneath her touch. How long, Matlock? His eyes opened. He knew what she meant. Of course he knew. He always knew. Long enough, he said. Not a date, not a number, not a story wrapped in explanation. Long enough to have become part of him. Long enough to hurt. Long enough for half the town to notice. Long enough to call her Rosebud until the name grew roots. Rose lifted onto her toes. His body went rigid. Rose. Warning. Plea. Surrender. She ignored all three and kissed him. Hard, angry, relieved, wanting. For one impossible heartbeat, Matlock froze. The devil of Bellweather. The man other men followed. The man who could break bones and move a town through fire. Undone by her mouth on his. Then his control snapped. Not violently, deeply. His hands closed around her waist and pulled her against him with a sound that seemed torn from his chest. He kissed her back like a man who had spent years starving beside a locked door and had just heard the key turn. Rose clutched his shirt. He tasted of smoke and whiskey and the night they had survived. His mouth was rough. His hands were not. That ruined her. His grip held her firmly, but not cruelly. Even now, with years of want breaking loose between them, some part of him remained leashed to her safety. She wanted to curse him for it. She wanted to thank him. She wanted to crawl inside his skin and find the place where he had hidden her name all this time. Matlock backed her against the truck. Not hard. Enough for the metal to meet her spine and his body to shelter hers from the dark. His mouth moved over hers again. Slower now. Deeper. The anger changed shape. Became hunger. Became fear. Became something neither of them had the courage to call love while Bellweather still smoked beyond the hills. Rose's fingers slid into his hair. He groaned. The sound went through her like heat lightning. One of his hands moved up her back. Stopped. Fisted in the fabric of her blouse instead of touching more. Restraint again. That stubborn, devastating restraint. She broke the kiss enough to breathe. His forehead touched hers, their breathing tangled. Ragged, uneven. His voice came low and wrecked. Rosebud. Her eyes closed. In his mouth, the name had changed. It no longer sounded like a secret. It sounded like surrender. She might have kissed him again. Would have. Should have. But the radio inside the truck crackled hard enough to drag them both back. Static. Then a voice. Grist, you there? New reports coming in? Matlock did not move for one heartbeat. Neither did she. The war outside had not ended. And neither, Rose realized as his hands tightened once more at her waist, had whatever begun between them. Chapter 11. The Morning After the Fire. The radio ruined the kiss, but it did not erase it. Nothing could have erased it. Not the crackle of new reports. Not the men moving through the yard. Not the wounded town waiting beyond the ranch gates. Not the fact that Matlock Grist stepped away from Rose Merritt, as though stepping away required more strength than fighting through Main Street had. For one heartbeat after the radio called his name, he stayed exactly where he was. Too close, but not close enough. His hands remained at her waist, fingers curled into the fabric of her blouse as if some part of him had not received orders to retreat. His forehead still hovered near hers. His breathing remained rough and uneven. Rose stood trapped between the truck and the heat of him, her lips tingling, her hands fisted in his shirt, her heart pounding hard enough to bruise. The radio crackled again. Grist, respond! Matlock closed his eyes, only for a second. When he opened them, the man who had kissed her like a starved thing being offered mercy was gone behind the steel. Not gone. Buried. Rose saw the burial happen It hurt more than it should have. He released her waist carefully, too carefully, as if quick movement might damage both of them. "Stay here." The words came low, wrecked around the edges. Rose's brows lifted. He caught himself, his jaw tightened. "Please." There it was again. That one word he used when commanding would cost him too much. She nodded once, not because she enjoyed being told to stay, because he had asked this time. Matlock turned toward the open truck door and grabbed the radio. "This is Grist!" Static snapped. A male voice answered, strained and urgent. "New reports coming out of Mason County and Harper's Mill. Same pattern, small teams, fire, panic, communications overload. Sheriff says they hit the volunteer station first." Matlock's face hardened. "Casualties? Unknown. Road access? North route blocked. South still open. Move medical through south before they figure that out." "Already doing it." "Then why are you calling me?" A pause. Rose heard something in that pause. A flinch. Even through radio static. "Because the extremist coordinating the attacks gave up another encrypted communications channel. They're steering agitators toward county offices, courthouses, city halls, local government buildings." Rose's stomach turned. City hall. Again. Matlock's gaze flicked to her. Only once. Enough. "Bellweather's secured," he said. "For now." She whispered. Matlock looked toward the smoke-darkened horizon. "We'll keep it that way." He signed off and stood beside the truck for a moment with the radio in his hand, shoulders squared against a weight Rose understood he might never put down. Then he turned back to her, and the awkwardness arrived. Not softly, not gradually. It walked straight between them, wearing muddy boots. Matlock Grist, who could coordinate armed men, federal agents, deputies, safe houses, and county roads, looked at Rose Merritt as though he had forgotten how conversation worked. Rose almost smiled. Almost. Which would have been dangerous. She was still trembling with fury. Still scared. Still wanting him with a humiliating intensity that had no respect for timing, propriety, or the fact that half of Bellweather slept inside his house and the other half patrolled the ranch boundaries. Matlock cleared his throat. A tiny sound. Rough. Human. "You should get some rest." Ah, there he was. The man who could kiss her senseless and return immediately to health recommendations. Rose stared at him. "Truly?" His brows drew together. "What?" "That is what you want to say to me right now?" He looked toward the house, then back to her. "That is what needs saying." "No, Matlock. That is what a doctor tells someone after a flu diagnosis." His mouth tightened. Not anger. Something more like panic, refusing to identify itself in public. "You're hurt." "So are you." "We covered that." "Yes. And you were wrong then, too." A faint sound came from the porch. Rose turned. Isaiah Boone stood in the doorway, one hand wrapped around a coffee mug, eyes bright beneath his battered hat. He looked from Rose to Matlock, then to Matlock's hands, then back to Rose's mouth. His white mustache twitched. "Morning." Rose's face went hot. Matlock went still. The old man sipped his coffee with the serenity of someone who had just discovered a fresh pie cooling unattended on a windowsill. "Problem?" Matlock asked. "Not mine." Isaiah's gaze drifted toward Rose. "Coffee's on, Miss Merritt." Then he looked at Matlock. "Boy, You look like something dug you up and changed its mind. Matlock exhaled through his nose. Go inside, Isaiah. I am inside. Doorway counts. Isaiah. All right. The old foreman turned, still chuckling to himself. World's burnin', and you two finally figure out how mouths work. Wonders never cease. Rose wished the gravel would open and swallow her, borrowed boots and all. Matlock closed his eyes again, this time for longer. Ignore him, he said. I don't think anyone has successfully ignored Isaiah Boone in 70 years. No. His mouth twitched. Probably not. The almost smile changed the air, softened it, worsened it, because after the kiss, every small warmth from him seemed larger. He could stand 6 feet away and still feel too close. He could look at her without moving and somehow touch every unsteady place inside her. Rose wrapped her arms around herself. Are you going to pretend that didn't happen? He looked at her. The almost smile vanished. No. The answer came so quickly that her breath caught. No hesitation, no evasion, no cowardice. Matlock Grist might not know what to do with tenderness, but he was not a liar. He stepped closer, not much, a foot. The gravel shifted under his boots. I'm going to make sure no one dies in my county tonight, he said. I'm going to make sure those families inside wake up somewhere safe. I'm going to answer that radio every time it screams. His eyes held hers. And I'm going to spend every second between now and sunrise remembering the way you tasted. Heat struck low in her stomach. Rose forgot whatever sensible reply she might have had. Matlock seemed to regret the words and savor them at the same time. His jaw flexed. But I will not put hands on you again tonight while you're hurt, scared, exhausted, and standing in my yard after one of the worst nights this town has ever seen. Rose stared at him. The frustration should have cooled her. It did not. It only became something more complicated. You think that is noble? No. His voice dropped. I think it is the only decent thing I have left. The words landed too hard. She hated them. Hated the way he carved himself into dangerous and decent, as though he had to choose which half deserved oxygen. Rose stepped closer. Do not do that. His eyes narrowed slightly. Do what? Talk about yourself as though decency is some scrap you found under a fence. He looked away. That is not what I said. It is what you meant. The first gray hint of dawn had touched the far edge of the sky. Not true morning yet, only the suggestion of it. A thin, pale seam behind the live oaks. Matlock looked tired in that almost light. Not weak, never that, but tired down to the bone, bruised, bloodied, running on something harsher than endurance. Rose saw it suddenly, the set of his shoulders, the tension in his neck, the faint tremor that had returned to his hand when he thought she was not looking. Matlock. He looked back. When did you last sleep? His expression closed, too fast. Ah. There. A new enemy, one he apparently intended to hide beneath the hat he pulled from the back seat of the pickup truck. I'm fine. No, you're upright. That ain't the same thing. He blinked. For one glorious second, he looked offended. Rose almost laughed. Do not look at me like that. I learned it from you. His mouth shifted. Used my own words against me. Yes, That's low, Rosebud. Her heart lurched at the nickname. After the kiss, it sounded different, deeper, less like a secret, and more like a claim they had both begun to understand. Answer the question. He glanced toward the yard. I slept some yesterday. Some? Enough. Matlock. He sighed. The sigh of a man who could face armed extremists, but not one stubborn woman with bandaged hands. 3 hours. Last night? No. Rose stared. Matlock! His name came out sharp enough to make one of the men near the barn glance over. Matlock's expression went still. The man near the barn immediately found urgent interest in a fuel can. Smart man. Rose lowered her voice. You mean to tell me you have been running this entire operation on 3 hours of sleep? I have had coffee. Oh, wonderful. Call the medical journals. His mouth twitched again, despite himself. You get mean when you're worried. I get precise. No, Rosebud. You get mean. Good. Maybe it will keep you awake. His eyes warmed. Just a little. Enough to make her regret everything about him being beautiful at sunrise. A child cried softly inside the house. The sound pulled them both toward the porch. The world returned. Duty, people, need, always need. Matlock shifted. I need to check the perimeter. No. His head turned slowly. Rose lifted her chin. He looked almost amused now. Almost. No? You need a doctor. I've had worse. I dislike how often you use that sentence. I dislike most doctors. That does not shock me. They ask too many questions. Again, shocking no one. The almost smile came back. This time, Rose let herself see it fully. Not long, just enough. Then she pointed toward the porch. You will come inside. You will let the nurse look at your hand and whatever is bleeding beneath your sleeve. You will drink water instead of coffee. Then you may return to terrifying half the county. Matlock stared at her. You giving orders now? Yes. To me? Yes. Several men in the yard went very quiet. Rose did not look at them. Matlock did. Slowly. Every man suddenly remembered a task elsewhere. Cowards again. His gaze returned to her. Something moved behind his eyes. No annoyance. Not anger. Something softer and far more dangerous. You planning to make a habit of that? Rose held his stare. Maybe. The space between them tightened. For a moment, dawn, smoke, danger, duty, the sleeping town inside the house, all of it faded beneath the raw memory of his mouth. Then the front door opened. Mrs. Dawson stepped out wrapped in a borrowed blanket, hair wild, eyes sharp enough to cut bread. She looked at Matlock, looked at Rose, looked at the space between them. Humph. Rose closed her eyes briefly. Matlock muttered something under his breath that probably should have scorched the porch boards. Mrs. Dawson ignored him. Naturally. Matlock Grist, if you bleed on that rug, I will haunt you while I'm living. His brows drew together. That's not how haunting works. I'll innovate. Rose pressed her lips together. Matlock looked from Mrs. Dawson to Rose. 2 women. 1 doorway. No escape. For the first time since Rose had known him, the devil of Bellweather appeared to recognize defeat. Fine! Mrs. Dawson smiled. Smart boy. He is not a boy, Rose said before she could stop herself. Matlock's gaze cut to her. Warm, startled, pleased. Oh no. That had been a mistake. Mrs. Dawson's eyebrows climbed toward heaven. Rose turned toward the house immediately. Inside. Both of you. Before I regret speaking. I already regret hearing, Matlock murmured. No, you don't, Mrs. Dawson said. The old woman shuffled inside. Rose followed, painfully aware of Matlock behind her. Not touching. No hand at her back. No arm around her waist. But he filled the hallway anyway. The house smelled of coffee, antiseptic, blankets, and too many people sleeping in too many corners. The nurse, whose name Rose finally remembered was Carla Ruiz, stood at the kitchen island sorting gauze. She looked up, saw Matlock. Her expression flattened. Sit. Matlock stopped. Rose nearly smiled. Carla Ruiz was 5'3", exhausted, and entirely unimpressed by male resistance to medical attention. Matlock looked at her, then at Rose, then at Mrs. Dawson, then at the chair. He sat. It was beautiful. Rose would have applauded if her hands hadn't hurt. Carla approached his injured hand. Matlock offered it with the rigid patience of a man allowing himself to be processed by enemies. Carla made an indistinct sound. You needed stitches 2 hours ago. Had things to do. You still have tendons to keep attached. Most of them. Rose glared. He looked away. Carla cleaned the split knuckles. Matlock did not flinch. Rose did. That annoyed her. Blood welled fresh beneath the antiseptic. His hand was broad and scarred and battered, the same hand that had held her waist not 20 minutes ago, as if she were flame and he were tired of freezing. Rose looked away. Matlock noticed. Carla rapped his knuckles with efficient disapproval. Shirt? No. The nurse paused. Rose looked at him. Matlock stared at Carla. Carla stared back. Mrs. Dawson settled into a chair with coffee, clearly delighted. Rose sighed. Matlock. His eyes moved to her. The sleeve is torn and blood-soaked, she said. Not much. That is not a unit of measurement. I'm fine. Carla snorted. Mrs. Dawson said, Men have been saying that since Eve got tired. Rose stepped closer and held out one hand. Take off your shirt. Matlock went still. Very still. The kitchen quieted. Someone in the living room snored. A baby whimpered and settled. Rose realized too late what she had said. Or perhaps how it sounded. Matlock's eyes darkened. Not anger. No, not that. Rose, he said quietly. Her mouth went dry. Carla cleared her throat. I need to check the wound. Right. Medical. This was medical. Not whatever had just moved hot and wild through the room. Matlock slowly unbuttoned his shirt. Rose should have looked away. She did not. The dark fabric parted over sun-browned skin marked by old scars and fresh bruises. His chest was broad and powerful, dusted with dark hair. A white scar cut along his ribs. Another disappeared beneath the waistband of his jeans. Bruises darkened one shoulder. Ugly proof that even Matlock Grist wasn't untouchable. Rose's breath thinned. Every mark seemed to argue with the legend. Not invincible, not untouchable. A man who bled and hurt, but still, a man who had spent years making sure everyone else had somewhere safe to go. Carla carefully pulled the torn sleeve from his arm and examined the long red groove running along the outside of his upper arm from elbow to shoulder. Dried blood darkened the surrounding skin, and fresh crimson seeped from one section where the wound had reopened. "Bullet graze," she murmured. Rose's stomach dropped. "What?" Matlock shot the nurse a look. Carla ignored him, as women had been doing beautifully all morning. "Shallow," she said. "Needs cleaning. No stitches." Rose stared at Matlock. "You were shot?" "Grazed." "That is shot adjacent." "It's nothing." "It is not nothing." "It didn't slow me down." The words came reflexively. Rose saw that too, saw the habit beneath them. Pain dismissed because there had been worse. Blood dismissed because people still needed him. Exhaustion dismissed because sleep made him unavailable. A man turned into infrastructure. Her anger faded. Something sadder took its place. She moved closer while Carla cleaned the wound. Matlock finally flinched. Only once. So small that anyone else might have missed it. Rose didn't. She reached out and took his uninjured hand. His gaze snapped to hers. The entire kitchen seemed to hold its breath. Rose did not care, not anymore. His fingers tightened around hers, only slightly. "Enough!" Carla's expression softened, but she said nothing as she bandaged his arm. Mrs. Dawson watched from behind her coffee cup with suspiciously bright eyes. Matlock looked as though accepting Rose's hand required more courage than walking into gunfire. That was when Rose understood the shape of the morning. The danger had not passed, the crisis had not ended, but something between them had shifted from possibility into fact. Not safe, nor simple, nor settled. Fact. When Carla finished, she stepped back. "You need sleep." "No." Rose squeezed his hand. "Yes." Matlock looked at her. A long look, deep enough to frighten her. Not because of what it demanded, because of what it offered. No performance or legend. No, nor even the devil. Only a man at the edge of his endurance, staring at the woman who had kissed him as if she had knocked loose the last wall holding him upright. His voice dropped. "I close my eyes. I stop hearing things." "Good." His mouth tightened. "That wasn't an agreement." "I know." Rose crouched slightly in front of him, not kneeling, not making him smaller, meeting him where he sat. "The perimeter is covered. Your men are awake. The families are safe. Bellweather has deputies, troopers, firefighters, and one federal agent with shoes too clean for this county." His mouth moved despite himself. She continued softly. "You said it yourself." That was different. How? "It was about you." Her heart turned over. Lord, the man was impossible. Ruthless, dangerous, infuriating, and painfully easy to love once she stopped pretending he was only a rumor in a black hat. Rose lowered her voice. "Then let me take care of you for an hour." Matlock went silent, not because he had no answer, because the words had struck somewhere unguarded. His fingers tightened around hers again. The kitchen around them blurred. For a moment, there were no sleeping families. No nurses, widows, or radios. No ruined town waiting for daylight. Only Matlock looked at her as if she had offered him something he did not know how to hold. From the counter, the radio crackled softly. No emergency this time. Only routine traffic. Voices checking in. Roads clearing. Fires contained. For the first time all night, the sound did not pull him away. Rose saw that too. Progress. Small, dangerous, and precious. Then Carla ruined it, in the best possible way. If he won't go upstairs, there's a couch in the study. Door locks. No windows on the ground floor, only transoms. Radio on the desk. Matlock looked betrayed. You've been in my study? Carla lifted an eyebrow. I've been in your house since midnight, and you label emergency drawers like a man who alphabetizes ammunition. Mrs. Dawson muttered, He probably does. Matlock said nothing, which meant he probably did. Rose stood and tugged gently on his hand. Come on. He rose slowly, too slowly. The exhaustion showed now that he had stopped fighting it. The sight made her chest ache. He towered over her, shirtless, bandage stark against his arm, bruises darkening across his skin. Still intimidating, still beautiful, still Matlock, but no longer untouchable. They walked down the hall toward the study. His hand remained in hers. No one commented. Wise of them. The study smelled of leather, paper, gun oil, and cedar. Bookshelves lined one wall. Maps covered another. A radio sat on the desk beside a notebook filled with precise handwriting. The couch was brown leather, long enough for him. Barely. Matlock paused by the door. Rose looked up. What? His gaze moved over the room. The desk, maps, radio, the closed door, then her. I don't know how to do this. The confession came so quietly that for a second she thought she had imagined it. She hadn't. He stood there, bruised and bandaged, a man who had planned for riots and roadblocks and armed men, wholly undone by a woman asking him to rest. Rose's throat tightened. Sleep? His mouth tightened. Be taken care of. There it was, the morning's truth. Not the crisis or the kiss. Not even the danger. This. Matlock Grist knew how to protect others. He did not know how to receive protection. Rose stepped closer. You don't have to know. His eyes searched hers. She squeezed his hand. You only have to let me. For a moment, she thought he would refuse. Habit flickered across his face. Duty and fear and control. Then his shoulders lowered. Barely. But enough. He nodded once. Rose guided him to the couch. He sat, then stretched out with visible reluctance, as if horizontal surrender offended every survival instinct he owned. She took the folded quilt from the chair and covered him. He looked at the quilt, then at her. You trying to tuck me in, Rosebud? She smoothed the edge over his side. Do not make me regret being nice. His mouth curved faintly. There she is. The warmth in his voice undid her. She should have left. She meant to. Instead, she sat in the chair beside the couch and reached for the radio on the desk. Matlock's gaze sharpened. I need that. You will have it. She turned the volume down low. I can hear it. He stared. Then something in his face shifted. Not trust, exactly, but a door opening a crack. Rose settled back. Close your eyes. He looked at her for a long time. So bossy. Yes. Mean too. When necessary. His eyes drifted shut, then opened again. Rose. I'm here. The words left her before she had measured them. He went still. She realized what she had said, what it meant, what he heard. His eyes shut once more. This time they stayed closed. The first hint of sunrise slipped through the transom windows, pale gold against the floorboards. Outside, Bellweather smoldered. Inside, the devil of Bellweather finally slept with one hand still wrapped around hers. And Rose sat beside him, listening to the quiet radio, realizing that the most dangerous man she had ever known had no idea how much saving he needed. Chapter 12. The Cost of Vigilance. Matlock. Grist slept like a man waiting to be punished for it, neither deeply nor peacefully. Definitely not with the boneless ease of someone who believed morning had promised to be kind. He lay on the leather couch in his study, one arm tucked beneath the quilt Rose had pulled over him, the other stretched toward the chair where she sat. His hand remained wrapped around hers, fingers loose now, but still there, as if some part of him had fallen asleep, holding on. Rose did not move for a long time. The radio on the desk murmured softly beside her. Road check. Medical convoy cleared. Fire contained near County Road 4. 2 suspects in custody. No new movement near Bellweather. Routine reports, beautiful reports, the kind that did not make Matlock rise from the couch with blood on his skin and violence in his eyes. Morning crept through the study's narrow windows in pale gold strips. Dust moved in the light. Somewhere in the house, a child coughed. A floorboard groaned. Someone whispered near the kitchen, then quieted again. The ranch was waking slowly. Matlock was not. That alone told Rose more than any confession could have. The devil of Bellweather had finally reached the end of himself. He looked different asleep. Not gentle. Never exactly gentle. Even unconscious, his face carried hard lines. His jaw remained set. His brows drew together as if he were still solving problems inside whatever dreams had taken him. But sleep had stolen the legend from him. No black hat, no command, no gray-eyed certainty that made deputies obey and dangerous men reconsider their life choices. Only Matlock, bruised, bandaged, barefoot now, because Rose had removed his boots after he finally stopped fighting sleep. He had muttered something about not needing help. She had ignored him. He had been too exhausted to make ignoring him difficult. A shirt lay folded over the back of the chair beside her. Carla had snuck it in and had insisted on leaving it off until the graze on his arm had time to dry beneath the bandage. Rose tried not to look at him. Failed. His breathing was slow, but not easy. Every so often, his fingers tightened around hers for no apparent reason. A car door closing outside made his eyelids twitch. A burst of static from the radio caused his shoulders to tense beneath the quilt. Even asleep, he listened. Even asleep, he guarded. The thought made her chest ache in a place anger could not reach. Rose looked away before tenderness could become something too large to manage before breakfast. The study helped. It was exactly the sort of room a person would expect Matlock Grist to have and somehow not expect at all. Dark wood shelves, leather furniture, a heavy desk scarred by years of use, maps pinned to one wall, county roads, flood zones, power grids, ranch boundaries. A framed military photograph sat half hidden on one shelf, angled away from the room as if someone had once set it there and never found the courage to throw it out or display it properly. Rose studied it from her chair. Young men in desert tan uniforms, dusty boots, sunglasses, arms slung over shoulders. A younger Matlock stood near the edge of the group, harder than the rest. Even then, younger, yes, but not softer. His eyes seemed older than his face. Rose wondered how many of those men were still alive. She wondered which ones had become the old teammates who warned him about encrypted channels and extremists, moving through rural counties. She wondered which ghosts had taught him to build gates inside gates and label emergency drawers like a man preparing for the end of the world. Matlock shifted on the couch. Rose froze. His grip tightened on her hand, then loosened again. Still asleep. Barely. She exhaled. Her own body had registered the night now that she had finally stopped moving. Her palms throbbed. Her arm ached where bruises darkened beneath the sleeve of a borrowed shirt. Her knee felt stiff. Her eyes burned. She should have left the study. She should have found coffee, a bathroom, a clean bandage, a corner where she could fall apart privately for 3 minutes, then return to being useful. Instead, she stayed, because Matlock's hand gripped hers, because he had closed his eyes only after she said, "I'm here," because leaving felt too much like breaking a promise neither of them had spoken aloud. The radio crackled. "Grist Ranch. This is Cooper. East fence clear." Rose leaned forward and picked up the handset before it could wake him. "This is Rose." A pause. Then Cooper's voice softened. "Miss Merritt, everything all right?" She glanced at Matlock. His eyes remained closed. "Everything's fine. Mr. Grist is asleep." Another pause. This one carried emotion Cooper did not put into words. "Good." The simplicity of it almost broke her. "Do you need anything?" "No, ma'am. Tell him—" Cooper stopped himself. "Never mind." Rose looked at the radio. "Tell him what?" Cooper sighed faintly. "Tell him the world kept spinning for 10 minutes without him holding it up." Rose smiled despite the tightness in her throat. "I'll pass that along." "Appreciate it." The radio went quiet. Rose set the handset back on the desk. Her gaze drifted over the papers stacked in precise piles. Weather reports, supply lists, names, addresses, a page titled East Property Occupancy, another labeled Church Shelter Rotation. All handwritten, all orderly, all frightening in their competence. This was not the work of a man who enjoyed control. This was the work of a man who did not trust chance with people's lives. Rose released Matlock's hand gently, or tried to. His fingers closed reflexively. Her breath caught. "Matlock," she whispered. He did not wake up, but his grip loosened after a moment, as if some part of him had heard her and obeyed. The tenderness of that nearly finished what the night had started. Rose stood carefully. Her knees complained. She ignored them and crossed to the shelves. Not snooping, she told herself. Observing. There was a difference. Probably. Maybe. The first shelf held ranch ledgers and veterinary manuals, cattle records, land deeds, old books about Texas history, a Bible worn nearly soft at the corners. The second held contingency binders, flood, wildfire and tornado, power failure, medical, security. Rose stared at the labels. Her fingers hovered near one marked civic events. She did not open it. Not yet. She glanced back at him, still asleep. "Forgive me," she murmured. Then she pulled the binder free. It was not what she expected. No strange manifesto. No paranoid ravings. No evidence that Matlock Grist had been waiting for the world to collapse because he wanted to be proven right. It was practical. Painfully practical. Parade routes, festival maps, emergency exits, volunteer rosters from previous years, notes about bottlenecks near Main Street, hydration stations for summer events, medical tents, lost child procedures, Alternate traffic flow if the bridge washed out. There were copies of documents that Rose had created herself. Years of them. She recognized her own formatting, her own notes, her own color-coded madness. Some pages bore Matlock's handwriting in the margins. Move the elder seating farther from the street. Stage too close to power box. Ask Rose about vendor access. Ask Rose. Rose stopped. Her pulse shifted. She turned the page. A newspaper clipping slid loose. She caught it before it hit the floor. The headline read, "Bellweather opens new library wing." In the photograph, Mayor Walker stood at the front, holding oversized scissors. Council members smiled beside him. Children crowded near the ribbon. Rose stood 2 steps behind the mayor, holding a folder against her chest and looking toward the side of the frame, mouth open as if answering someone's question. Not posing, working. She remembered that day. The microphone had failed. A little boy had gotten a nosebleed. The mayor had forgotten the donor's name. Rose had fixed all 3 things before the cake was cut. The clipping was old enough for the paper to have yellowed at the edges. She turned it over. Nothing written on the back. She looked at Matlock. He slept on. Rose slipped the clipping back into the binder. Another waited beneath it. Council approves storm drain repairs. The photograph showed the council chamber from the back. Matlock sat in the rear row, hat in his lap, expression unreadable. Rose stood near the dais, taking notes while the mayor spoke. She had not noticed Matlock there that day. Of course, he had noticed her. Rose swallowed. She turned another page, another clipping. 4th of July, parade draws record crowd. The mayor waved from the courthouse steps. Veterans stood in formation. Rose was at the edge of the photograph, handing bottled water to 2 teenage volunteers. Not centered, but working. Like always, there. Page after page, Bellweather unfolded in clippings and photographs. A ribbon cutting, a scholarship ceremony, a fundraiser for the volunteer fire department, a town cleanup after the flood 2 springs ago, a photo of Rose kneeling beside Emma Jean during an Easter egg hunt, tying the child's shoe while everyone else smiled at the camera, another of Rose standing behind the mayor on the courthouse steps, holding his speech in one hand and his spare reading glasses in the other. It should have felt unsettling. A hidden collection of photographs of her. It should have sent her skin prickling with alarm. Instead, the truth slowly surfaced, tender and inconvenient. Matlock had not collected Rose. He had collected Bellweather. And somehow, she was in every piece he had thought worth keeping. Rose sank into the desk chair. The binder lay open before her. Her throat tightened. In every picture, she stood behind someone else. Beside someone else. Just outside the center. The woman holding the folder. The woman carrying the clipboard. The woman fixing the problem before anyone realized there had been one. Bellweather's favorite daughter. Bellweather's invisible hinge. And Matlock had seen her. Not because she was smiling for the cameras, because she was never looking at them. A soft sound came from the couch. Rose looked up. Matlock's eyes were open, fully open, alert. For one terrible second, she saw him come awake. No confusion, no softness. His gaze moved to her. The desk, the open binder, the transom windows, the radio, the door, then back to her. All within a breath. His hand moved toward the side of the couch before he stopped himself. No weapon there. Rose went very still. "Sorry," she said. His breathing slowed by force. Not naturally. Force. He pushed himself upright, jaw tightening as the movement pulled at his bandaged arm. "You all right?" The question surprised her. She had just been caught looking through his private papers, and his first concern was still her. "Yes." His gaze dropped to the open binder. Something guarded crossed his face. Not guilt, not quite. A man bracing for judgment. Rose touched the clipping with one finger. "Why do you have these?" Matlock sat silent for a moment. Sunlight moved across the floor between them. Finally, he said, "Those are Bellweather." Her chest tightened. She looked down at the open page. Rose tying a child's shoe. Rose carrying water. Rose behind the mayor. Rose holding the town together in the background of photographs where no one had meant to photograph her. "I'm in all of them." His expression shifted. "Barely. I noticed." Of course he had. That was the point. She let out a breath that was almost a laugh and not at all amused. "You keep saying that because it keeps being true." The room went quiet. Not empty. No room would ever be empty with him in it. Never with him. She closed the binder halfway, then stopped. "Did you cut these out?" "Some. And the others. People give me things." People? Newspaper offices dropped off event copies for donors sometimes. Walker sent a few. Mrs. Dawson shoved that one at me. He nodded toward the Easter photograph. Said I looked too sour in the background and needed reminding that the day had gone well. Rose glanced more closely. There, near the far edge of the photograph, Matlock stood beneath a tree in his black hat. Watching. Not the crowd. Her. Her pulse answered before her mind could talk sense into it. "She was right," Rose breathed. "You do look sour." His mouth moved. "Usually do." She looked up. The almost smile faded. Something more vulnerable remained. "I didn't mean to make it strange." That confession, quiet and plain, undid her more than an excuse would have. He looked toward the binder. "I kept records of events, routes, people, what went wrong, what worked. These were..." He searched for the word and seemed to hate needing one. "Reference." "Matlock." His gaze returned to hers. "Rosebud." Her name in his mouth had turned into something warm and low, even when he was bracing himself. She held up one clipping. "This is not a root." It was the library's ribbon cutting. He looked at it, then away. "No. This is me holding the mayor's speech folder while he pretends he remembered what to say." "He never remembers what to say?" "That is true." The faintest warmth touched his eyes, then vanished. Rose stood from the desk chair and crossed toward him with the clipping still in her hand. He watched her approach, not moving, not hiding either. Progress, perhaps. She stopped in front of him. "You saw me." His jaw flexed. "Yes. Not the way other people did." "No." She waited. He looked down at his bandaged hand. "I saw you carrying half the town and apologizing when you stumbled." The words landed so gently that she almost did not recognize them as a blow. Her throat tightened. "You never said anything." His eyes lifted. "What would I have said?" "I don't know." "I knew what would have been said." He looked toward the binder. "I knew exactly what folks would call it if a man like me paid too much attention to a woman like you." A woman like you. A man like me. Rose hated that invisible line between them. Hated how faithfully he had stood behind it. So you kept newspaper clippings. His mouth twisted. Sounds worse when you say it. Sounds sad when I say it. That hit him. She saw it. His expression did not change much, but something in his eyes went still. Rose softened her voice. I don't mean pathetic. I mean sad. He looked away. I have been called worse. I am not calling you names. No? No. She reached for his hand. He let her take it. That small permission mattered more than he knew. Maybe more than she knew. I think you kept pieces of the town because you didn't know what else to keep. His hand tensed beneath hers. Outside the study, someone passed down the hall. A murmur of voices, a child laughing softly, life continuing. Rose looked toward the closed door. All those people out there, the ones you moved here, the ones at your other properties, the ones you put through school and fed and sheltered and scared into better behavior. His mouth twitched at the last one. She looked back. They are not projects, are they? No. They're not obligations. His voice roughened. No. They're yours. His gaze held hers. The silence answered before he did. Yes. The single word moved through her slowly. Not possessive, not selfish, not ownership. Belonging, responsibility, love in a language Matlock understood better than softness. Rose sat beside him on the edge of the couch, close enough for their shoulders to touch. He was warm under the quilt. Too warm, perhaps. Or maybe she had simply become too aware of him to be trusted. You said last night that wanting isn't the same as taking. His breathing changed. Only slightly. Yes. Is that why you kept your distance? Yes. Even when half the town knew? Especially then. She looked at him. The scar near his temple caught the light. You thought wanting me would hurt me. I thought being wanted by me might. There it was. The deepest cut. Not that he wanted too fiercely. That he believed his wanting carried damage. Rose sat with that for a moment because rushing past it would be cruel. Then she said, You were wrong. His eyes moved to hers. Careful, hungry, tired, hopeful in a way he seemed not to trust. Was I? Yes. She turned his hand over in hers, careful of the bandage. You were careful. Sometimes irritatingly careful. Sometimes so careful I wanted to throw office supplies at your head. His mouth shifted. Stapler would hurt. You would deserve it. Probably. She smiled, only a little, then sobered. But you were not cruel. You were not careless. You did not use the town knowing as permission to push. You did not use danger as permission to take. His gaze dropped to her mouth. Brief, devastating. No, he said softly. I didn't. And now? The question slipped out before she could measure it. His eyes returned to hers. The study seemed to draw smaller around them. He did not answer quickly. Good. Quick answers from Matlock were usually doors closing. This one opened. Now, he said, voice rough. I'm trying not to let wanting make me stupid. Rose's breath caught. There it was again. The want, not leashed out of shame this time, held with intention. She leaned toward him, not far, enough. Good. His gaze sharpened. Rosebud. Warning again, but softer, tired, less certain he wanted her to heed it. She smiled. I am not kissing you while Carla can burst in and tell you to hydrate. The corner of his mouth curved. Wise! I have moments. Few, she gasped. Matlock Grist. There she is. Warmth spread through her chest. The radio interrupted before she could answer. A voice crackled from the desk. Grist Ranch, this is Harris. Mayor Walker is asking for Miss Merritt when she's available. Rose's body tightened. Matlock noticed. Of course. He reached for the radio. She stopped him. I can answer. His eyes searched hers. Then he nodded. Another tiny door opening. Rose crossed to the desk and picked up the handset. This is Rose Merritt. Deputy Harris sounded relieved. Miss Merritt, the mayor says there's no rush, but City Hall staff are gathering at the church, planning cleanup, records recovery, supply distribution. He said you'd know where everything is. Of course she would. Rose closed her eyes. The town was calling. It always did. She looked at the binder open on Matlock's desk. Photographs of her behind every scene. Carrying folders, finding speeches, fixing problems. Her old life waited with broken windows and scattered papers. Then she looked at Matlock sitting on the couch, bandaged and exhausted, watching her with the guarded expression of a man who would never ask her to choose him over duty. Not ever. That would have been easier if he would. Rose lifted the radio. Tell Mayor Walker I'll be there. Matlock's face gave nothing away, nothing obvious. But his hand tightened once on the quilt. Rose saw. Deputy Harris answered, Yes, ma'am. The radio went quiet. Rose set it down. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Matlock said, I'll have someone drive you. No protest or complaint. No claim or request to stay. Of course. Wanting ain't the same as taking. Rose hated him a little for being honorable when she wanted him selfish. She crossed back to him. You need more sleep. I'm awake. Yes, tragic. His mouth twitched. I need to check the latest reports. You need to stay exactly where Carla left you for at least another hour. You giving orders again? Yes. His eyes warmed. You are making a habit of it. Some habits are worth keeping. The words landed between them with more meaning than she intended, or exactly as much. Matlock held her gaze. Then slowly he leaned back against the couch. A deliberate surrender. Small, precious. An hour, he said. Rose smiled. Smart boy. His eyes narrowed. Do not start. She laughed softly. The sound filled the study, surprising and real. For a second, despite the smoke and bruises and broken glass waiting in town, it felt possible that morning could hold more than aftermath. Rose gathered the clippings carefully and placed them back in the binder. Before she closed it, she looked once more at the photograph from the courthouse steps. Her behind the mayor, Matlock beneath the tree. Both of them in the same frame for years, neither touching, neither speaking. Already part of the same story. She closed the binder and set it on the desk. Then she turned toward the door. Rosebud. She paused. Matlock had not moved from the couch, but his eyes held her like a hand. Yes? His throat worked once. Whatever he wanted to say, he buried most of it. Habit or fear or care, but not all of any single one. Come back. 2 words, not an order. Not even a request he seemed sure he had the right to make. Hope dragged raw into daylight. Rose's heart clenched. She opened the study door, then looked back at him. I will. Outside the study, Bellweather waited, broken, stubborn, calling her name. But for the first time in her life, Rose Merritt headed toward her duties in town, knowing someone had asked her to return. And she meant to. Chapter 13. A Town Worth Saving. Bellweather now looked different in daylight, not safer, nor cleaner, nor whole. Different. Night had made the damage monstrous. Firelight and sirens had turned every broken window into a wound and every shadow into a threat. Morning was less dramatic. Crueler, perhaps. Morning showed details. It showed glass glittering in gutters, boot prints in spilled barbecue sauce, smoke stains crawling up brick storefronts, a burned patch of grass where someone had thrown a flaming bottle near the courthouse lawn. A child's red, white, and blue glow stick lay snapped beside the curb, its plastic tube dulled beneath a thin coat of ash. Rose Merritt sat in the passenger seat of Cooper Jenkins's truck and stared through the windshield as Bellweather passed around her. The town had not fallen. That should have comforted her. It did. Mostly. But survival had its own kind of ugliness. A town that survived still had to wake up afterward and count what it had lost. Cooper drove slowly down Main Street, one hand loose on the wheel, the other resting near the gear shift. He had insisted on taking her into town after Matlock had finally surrendered to another hour of sleep. Matlock had not liked it, but he had not argued. Not really. He had only looked at her from the study couch, bruised and bandaged and still too pale beneath his tan, and said, "Call if anything changes." Rose had looked back at him from the doorway. "You mean, if anything changes with Bellweather?" His eyes had held hers. "I mean, anything." She had carried that sentence with her all the way down the ranch road. Now it sat somewhere beneath her ribs, warm and heavy and inconvenient. Cooper cleared his throat. "You want me to pull around back?" Rose blinked. City Hall stood before them. Pale limestone, broken windows boarded with plywood, black scorch marks crawling up one side where the ivy had burned. The flags still hung from the poles near the front steps, dirty, torn at one edge, still there. "No," she said. "Front is fine." Cooper parked near the curb. Before Rose could open her door, he had already rounded the truck and opened it for her. She stared. "Does Matlock require all his men to do that?" Cooper grinned. "No, ma'am. My mama does." "Good answer." He offered a hand. Rose accepted it because her knee objected to stairs, trucks, walking, existing, and possibly the concept of gravity. The moment her boots hit the pavement, Bellweather found her. "Rose!" Mayor Walker hurried down the City Hall steps with his tie crooked, his hair standing in distressed tufts, and a folder clutched in one hand. He looked exhausted. Sunburned, but alive and uninjured. Relief struck her hard enough to hurt. "Mayor!" He reached her and stopped as if he wanted to hug her, but remembered injuries, propriety, and perhaps the fact that Cooper Jenkins was watching with avid interest. "You all right?" "I'm fine." Cooper coughed. Rose ignored him. Mayor Walker's gaze dropped to her bandaged hand. then to the bruises darkening along her arm. His face changed. "Rose." I said I'm fine. "You say that when the ceiling is leaking and 3 councilmen are yelling over a microphone." "And am I usually right?" "No." She sighed. The mayor smiled faintly, then his eyes filled in a way that made him look suddenly older. "I'm sorry." Rose stilled. For what? For not listening. The town moved around them. Volunteers carried plywood. A firefighter dragged a hose across the street. 2 teenagers swept broken glass into a dustpan. Somewhere, a woman called for more trash bags. Mayor Walker looked toward the scorched side of the building. Matlock warned me. "Yes." I laughed. "Yes." His shoulders lowered. I thought he was being Matlock. Rose followed his gaze. City Hall had always looked permanent to her. As a girl, she had imagined it would stand unchanged forever. Buildings lied that way. So did towns. "So did I," she said softly. The mayor looked at her. She did not explain. How could she? How could she tell him that Matlock Grist had become less myth and more man overnight? That she had watched him sleep with his hand wrapped around hers? That he had asked her to come back as if hope hurt him? No. Some truths were too new for daylight. Mayor Walker cleared his throat. "We're setting up records recovery in the council chamber. Supply distribution is at the church. The fire department needs a list of damaged businesses. The state wants an official incident timeline, and I need someone who remembers what happened before I lost my reading glasses." Rose breathed in. There it was. The familiar rhythm. Need, task, crisis. Her old life opening its mouth and calling her name. For years, she had answered without hesitation. This morning, the sound reached her differently. Not less important. Never that. But no longer the only thing in the world. "I can help," she said. Cooper muttered, "There's that phrase again." Rose shot him a look. He held up both hands. "Not a word." Mayor Walker blinked between them. "Do I want to know?" "No," Rose and Cooper said together. Inside City Hall, the lobby smelled of smoke, wet stone, and coffee. Because, of course, someone had already made coffee. A folding table had been set near the entrance. Lydia Grant stood behind it, organizing forms into piles with the dead-eyed determination of a woman who taught elementary school music and therefore feared nothing mortal. She looked up. "Rose?" "Lydia, I need your brain." That sounds ominous. It is. The mayor tried to alphabetize damage reports by emotion. Mayor Walker frowned. "I did no such thing." Lydia held up a piece of paper. "This says, Mrs. Bell's Bakery. Sad." I was summarizing. Rose took the folder from his hand. "Please stop summarizing." For a moment, something almost normal passed through the lobby. A tired laugh, a familiar complaint, a shared look. Then Rose saw her office through the open door, and normal vanished. Her desk had been righted. The broken glass had been swept into a corner. Someone had placed her coffee mug, Bellweather's favorite daughter, carefully on top of a stack of salvaged papers. Her parents' photograph sat beside it, unbroken. She stepped inside slowly. The room felt smaller than it had yesterday. Or perhaps she had grown around the edges during the night. Her fingers brushed the frame. "Your mama's rosebush made it," Mayor Walker said from the doorway. Rose turned. He nodded toward the back courtyard. "Had some ash on the leaves. Nothing worse." Her throat tightened. Good. She always did plant stubborn things. Rose smiled faintly. Yes, she did. The mayor hesitated, then lowered his voice. You know, Matlock asked about it last night. Rose looked up. He did. Right after we secured the square, after the courthouse grounds got hit. Mayor Walker shrugged. I told him the rose bush survived. Something warm settled beneath Rose's ribs. Of course, he had asked. Of course, he had remembered. Lydia appeared behind the mayor, holding a clipboard. Since we are all pretending Miss Merritt isn't about to reorganize the entire recovery effort by herself, may I borrow her for 5 minutes? Rose blinked. 5? Lydia handed her the clipboard. Fine. 10. But after that, I'm chaining you to a desk. The morning blurred into work. Real work. The kind Rose understood. She found the emergency contact binder beneath a collapsed stack of parade schedules. She reconstructed vendor lists from memory. She sent volunteers to check on elderly residents living near Main Street. She organized damage reports by street. Not emotion. She called the Baptist church and confirmed supply distribution. She found Mayor Walker's reading glasses in a flower pot near the council chamber. No one asked why. By noon, the sun had climbed high and white over Bellweather. Heat pressed against the broken windows. Volunteers moved through town in sweating, stubborn waves. Teenagers hauled debris. Veterans directed traffic. Church ladies served sandwiches from folding tables. Firefighters moved from building to building, checking hotspots. No one waited for permission to begin. Bellweather had woken wounded and gone to work anyway. Rose stepped outside with a stack of forms tucked beneath one arm and stopped on the courthouse steps. Across the square, Mr. Harlan from the hardware store stood in front of his shattered windows with a hammer in hand. His wife handed him nails. Their grandson held a piece of plywood nearly as tall as he was. Beside them, 3 ranch hands Rose recognized from Matlock's yard, unloaded lumber from a Grist logistics truck. The logo on the side gleamed beneath smoke residue and the sun. Rose narrowed her eyes. Cooper appeared beside her with a bottle of water. Drink. Is that from you or Matlock? My mama, Cooper said smoothly. She accepted the bottle. Then I'll drink. He smiled. She nodded toward the truck. That lumber was not here an hour ago. No, ma'am. Cooper. He suddenly looked like a man deciding whether loyalty or self-preservation mattered more. Self-preservation won. Boss sent supplies. The boss is asleep. Cooper's mouth twitched. Was asleep. Rose turned her head slowly. Cooper Jenkins. He winced. I didn't say he came himself. Her eyes narrowed. Did he? Cooper took off his hat, scratched his head, and looked everywhere except at her. Briefly. Rose stared. How briefly? Long enough to yell at Harlan for climbing a ladder with one good knee and unload half that lumber with one arm. Rose inhaled, exhaled, counted to 3. It did not help. He was shot! Believe me, Miss Merritt, I mentioned that. And he told me to stop being a little girl. Of course he did. Cooper pointed with his hat toward the hardware store. If it helps, Harlan yelled back. It does help. Harlan's wife yelled too. That helps more. He left after. Where? Cooper's silence returned. Rose looked at him. Where, Cooper? The firehouse. She closed her eyes. Why? Generator issue? He is not an electrician. No, ma'am. Is there any chance he is sitting down at the firehouse? No, ma'am. At least you're honest. My mama raised me to fear women with that tone. Your mama is wise. Cooper nodded solemnly. Yes, ma'am. Rose shoved the forms into his hands. Give these to Mayor Walker. Where are you going? To find a man who thinks doctor's orders are decorative. Cooper's grin flashed. Yes, ma'am. She started down the steps, then stopped. Because across the square, Mrs. Calloway stood in front of a collapsed pie booth, hands planted on her hips as she directed two teenage boys moving tables. Her peach pie banner hung crooked behind her, half burned, still legible. Mrs. Calloway saw Rose and waved her over. Rose hesitated. Matlock could wait 10 minutes. Probably. Maybe. Hopefully. She crossed the square. Mrs. Calloway, are you all right? The older woman looked offended. Of course I'm all right. I've survived 2 husbands, a gallbladder surgery, and my sister's blackberry pie. A riot is rude, not impressive. Rose laughed. She couldn't help it. Mrs. Calloway's expression softened. You look tired, sweetheart. That seems to be going around. The older woman nodded toward the Grist logistics truck. Matlock sent boys before sunup. So I hear. Paid for my new booth, too. Rose blinked. He what? Mrs. Calloway waved a hand. Not directly. Lord forbid the man admit to a kindness while breathing. Despite herself, Rose smiled. How indirectly? Envelope under the cash box with a note that said, rebuild it better. That sounds like him. It does. Mrs. Calloway studied her, then looked toward the courthouse. You know, your mother used to say a town was only as good as the people willing to sweep after the parade. Rose's throat tightened. I remember. She'd be proud of you. The words came gently, with no drama or ceremony. They struck anyway. Rose looked at the square, at the broken windows, at the volunteers, at the flag still moving in the hot wind, at the grist truck unloading lumber where smoke had been. I think she'd be proud of all of us. Mrs. Calloway followed her gaze. Yes, she said softly. Maybe so. Rose moved on. Everywhere she went, Matlock appeared without appearing. At the pharmacy, bottled water had been delivered. At the church, cots had arrived. At the school, extra fuel had been sent for the backup generator. At the firehouse, an electrician from San Angelo was already working because someone had called him and apparently frightened him into immediate travel. No one said Matlock saved the town. No one said the devil of Bellweather had done good. They only said, Grist sent it. Matlock handled it. Mr. Grist already called. He had men here before sunrise. No praise. Not exactly. More like stating the weather. The sun rose. Rain fell. Matlock Grist made sure people had what they needed and acted annoyed if anyone thanked him. By early afternoon, Rose found him behind the firehouse. Of course, he was not sitting. Of course, he was not resting. Of course, he was standing beside an open equipment shed with one arm in a sling Carla must have forced on him, his other hand holding a clipboard while he spoke to the San Angelo electrician, the fire chief, and 2 ranch hands moving fuel cans. His shirt was clean. Black again. Because apparently the man owned no color, that did not suggest moral ambiguity. His hat shadowed his face. The bruise along his cheek had darkened. The bandage beneath his rolled sleeve stood stark and white against his skin. He looked exhausted. He looked impossible. He looked up before she said his name, because of course he did. Their eyes met across the gravel lot behind the firehouse. Something changed in his face. Not the almost smile, not the faint twitch she had been collecting like contraband since the beginning of whatever they were becoming. A genuine smile, small, tired, gone almost before it arrived, but real. For her. Rose stopped walking. The fire chief kept talking. The electrician gestured toward the generator. One of the ranch hands asked a question. Matlock did not look away from Rose. That smile had been brief, but it had opened something in him that the daylight could not hide. Rose felt it in her chest, a ridiculous aching bloom. Then her anger caught up and kicked the bloom in the shins. She crossed the lot. The ranch hands noticed her expression and immediately found urgent business elsewhere. Smart men. The fire chief looked between them. I'll, check the breaker. The electrician followed him without asking why. Cowardice, apparently, was contagious and thriving. Matlock stood alone beside the equipment shed, clipboard in hand, sling over one arm, hat low, expression settling into caution. Rosebud. No. His brows drew together. No. You do not get to Rosebud me right now. His mouth twitched. Dangerous man. Infuriating man. Injured man who should have been asleep beneath a quilt in a study. You left the ranch. I had work. You were shot. Still am. That is not the point. I slept. For what, 15 minutes? Longer? How much longer? He looked away. Rose stared. Matlock. Enough. You and I have had this conversation about that word. His eyes warmed, which only annoyed her more. You marched over here to scold me. Yes? In front of the firehouse? Yes. Folks are watching. Good. Maybe witnesses will help. He glanced past her. Several people immediately pretended not to be watching. He looked back at her. The genuine smile threatened again, softer this time. Rose pointed at him. Do not smile. I wasn't. You were considering it. That a crime? Today? Yes. He lowered the clipboard. For a moment, the noise of the town fell away. Not completely. Hammers struck wood. Engines idled. Someone laughed near the street. Life continued around them. But Rose stood in the center of his attention, and after everything they had survived, she recognized the feeling now. Not being watched. Being seen. Matlock's voice lowered. You needed me resting. I needed you healing. Town needed fuel. The town has other men. Not enough. That is not true. His jaw flexed. She stepped closer. It is not true, Matlock. Something in his expression shifted. The argument beneath the argument appeared, quiet and familiar now. If he stopped, people might fall. If he rested, something might break. If he let go, the world might punish him for it. Rose softened despite her anger. You are not the only beam holding up the roof. He looked toward the damaged firehouse. Feels that way some days? I know. His gaze returned to her. She reached out and took the clipboard from his hand. He let her. Progress. Today, she said, You are going back to the ranch. Rose, you can make calls from there. You can terrify electricians from a chair. His mouth moved. She kept going. You can send supplies, give orders, review maps, glare at radios, and alphabetize ammunition if it brings you comfort. His eyes narrowed. Carla told you that. Carla tells the truth. Carla talks too much. So does Isaiah. Everybody talks too much. Except you. He said nothing. She smiled faintly. See? The real smile came back. Brief, tired, beautiful. Rose's heart did something foolish. He took one slow step closer. Not enough to touch. Enough for the air to remember the kiss. I came because you came, he said. The words hit softly, hard. Rose stared at him. What? He looked down at the clipboard in her hand, then back to her. You left the ranch. You were gone. I told you I was going. I know, he whispered. The admission cost him something. She heard it. But knowing and liking ain't the same. Her throat tightened. Matlock! I didn't come because I thought you couldn't handle town. His voice lowered further. I came because I wanted to be where you were. The world tilted. Not violently. Just enough. Rose gripped the clipboard because something solid seemed wise. All morning she had thought the pull was mostly hers. The strange ache of leaving the ranch. The urge to look back. The awareness that her old life still fit, but not in the same way. And here he stood, bruised and exhausted behind the firehouse, admitting he had followed because distance felt wrong now. Infuriating man. Wonderful man. Dangerous. Stubborn, impossible man. She swallowed. That is still not resting. No. At least we agree on something. His eyes warmed again. Appears so. Rose handed him back the clipboard, then changed her mind and pulled it away before he could take it. No, absolutely not. A sound escaped him, not quite a laugh. Closer than before. Mean. Precise. Mean, he repeated. She leaned closer. Not enough for anyone watching to fully gossip. Enough to make him lower his head slightly towards her. Go back to the ranch, Matlock. His gaze dropped briefly to her mouth. Her pulse jumped. Then his eyes returned to hers. If I do, I will finish what needs doing here and come home. His expression went still. Not hard. Still. As though he had not expected the last two words. Come home. Rose let them stand. Let him hear them. Let herself hear them too. He looked at her for a long second, then nodded once. Cooper drives you. Fine. No side trips. Matlock. His mouth twitched. Had to try. You are impossible. Known fact. The fire chief cleared his throat from a cowardly distance. Mr. Grist. Matlock did not look away from Rose. Chief. Generator's stable. Good. Rose pointed toward the street. Ranch. Matlock's eyes held hers. Then, to the obvious astonishment of every man pretending not to watch, he obeyed. He walked toward his truck, slowly, reluctantly, but he walked. Rose stood behind the firehouse with the heat pressing against her back, smoke still staining the blue summer sky, and a damaged town rebuilding around her. For the first time all day, she felt something close to hope. Not because Bellweather was saved, not yet. Not because Matlock was safe. The man had a talent for making safety sound like an insult. But because he had smiled when he saw her, because he had come to town not out of duty, but because she was there, and because when she told him to go home, he had looked at her as though the word had finally begun to mean something different. Chapter 14. Come Home. Rose returned to Grist Ranch at dusk. Not because Bellweather had stopped needing her. Bellweather would need someone for weeks. Months, perhaps. Windows had to be replaced. Reports had to be filed. Insurance adjusters had to be bullied into basic decency. Mrs. Calloway's new pie booth already had 3 volunteers, 2 unsolicited design opinions, and 1 argument about whether a booth could be patriotic without red trim. Life had resumed its usual habit of becoming complicated. But Rose had made a promise. She had told Matlock she would come home. The word had slipped out before she knew what it meant. Now she knew. Cooper drove her back through the ranch gates as the sky deepened from gold to violet. The fields rolled dark on either side of the road. Cattle grazed along the fence line. Cicadas sang in the mesquite trees. The first gate opened, then the second. Rose watched the house rise over the hill, warm lights glowing from the windows. Her chest tightened. Not with fear, not with uncertainty, with recognition. Cooper pulled to a stop near the porch. "You need me to walk you in?" Rose looked at him. He grinned. "Never mind. Dumb question." "Smart man." "My mama tries." Rose opened the truck door before he could get out and do it for her. Cooper saluted with 2 fingers. "Night, Miss Merritt." "Good night, Cooper." He waited until she reached the porch before driving away. Of course he did. Everyone around Matlock had been trained by either loyalty or fear, possibly both. The front door opened before Rose knocked. Isaiah Boone stood there holding a mug of coffee and wearing the expression of a man who had been expecting theater and preferred front-row seats. "Well," he said. Rose narrowed her eyes. "Do not start." "I ain't started a thing in my life." "That is a lie old enough to vote." His grin flashed beneath his white mustache. "Matlock's in the barn." "Is he supposed to be in the barn?" "No." Rose sighed. "Of course." Carla threatened him with a thermometer. "That seems mild." "Not the way she held it." Rose smiled despite herself. Isaiah stepped aside. Most of the displaced families had returned to town or moved to other safe places by late afternoon. The house felt larger now, quieter. A few blankets remained folded near the wall. Coffee still sat in the pot. Evidence of fear and refuge lingered in small things. A child's hair ribbon on a chair, a forgotten toy truck under the table, a stack of paper plates beside the sink. Bellweather had slept here. Matlock had made room. Rose touched the back of a chair lightly, then turned toward the hall. Isaiah cleared his throat. She paused. His expression had softened. He waited. Rose looked at him. The old man nodded toward the window where the last light stretched over the yard. "Didn't say it, wouldn't. But he watched that road like it owed him money." Her throat tightened. "He shouldn't have been watching anything. He should have been resting." Isaiah chuckled. "That boy don't rest. He only pauses between bad ideas." "Then I suppose I'll have to become one." The old foreman's brows climbed. Then his laugh rolled through the house, low and delighted. Lord help him! Rose stepped back outside before her face could betray her. The barn stood beyond the main yard, doors open to the evening. Warm lights spilled across packed dirt. A horse shifted inside. Somewhere, metal clinked. Matlock stood beside a stall with one hand braced against the wooden rail. No clipboard, no radio, no rifle, no men waiting for orders. Only Matlock. Hat set aside, sleeves rolled. One arm still in a sling he was clearly ignoring. His other hand stroked the white blaze on a chestnut horse's face with the absent patience of someone who knew how to calm frightened creatures because he was one. Rose stopped at the barn doors. For a moment, she let herself look. He had spent his entire life moving, fighting, driving, commanding, watching, protecting. Here, in the soft gold of barn light, he stood almost still. Almost. His head turned before she spoke. Of course. Their eyes met across the straw-dusted aisle. The horse huffed. Matlock's face changed. Not a smile this time. Something quieter. Relief. So stark and unguarded that it stole the breath from her lungs. "You came back?" he said. Rose stepped inside. "I said I would." His gaze held hers. Yes. Those 3 letters carried too much. Hope, fear, disbelief. A man who believed promises were things other people received. Rose crossed the aisle. "How's the arm?" "Attached." "Matlock?" "Better than this morning." "That is a low bar?" "It's the one I've got." She stopped in front of him, close enough to smell cedar, hay, antiseptic, and him. No smoke now, no gunpowder, no blood fresh enough to frighten her, only warm skin and tired man. Her heart hurt with it. "You were supposed to rest." "I did." "How long?" His mouth shifted, long enough to become unpleasant. "You were already unpleasant." "Then it worked." She tried not to smile. Failed. He saw. The air changed. The barn seemed to grow smaller. The horse lost interest and lowered its head toward a bucket. Rose looked around. "No radios?" "In the tack room." "Off?" His jaw flexed. "Low." "That counts as progress." "Don't sound so proud. I might relapse." She stepped closer. "Matlock." The teasing faded. He looked at her the way he always did now, as though every word mattered, as though she mattered more than whatever came next. Rose took a breath. "What happens when Bellweather doesn't need saving?" He went still. The horse's tail flicked. Outside, cicadas shrilled in the grass. Matlock looked away first. "That day ain't here." "No, but it will be." He said nothing. Rose watched the question settle into him like a stone dropped into deep water. "What happens?" she continued softly. "When the fires are out, the windows are fixed, the reports are filed, and no one is calling your name." His mouth tightened. "Someone's always calling." "That is not an answer." "It's the only one I've got." The honesty of it cut clean. Rose moved until she stood beside him at the stall rail. Their shoulders nearly touched. Nearly. "What happens when I don't need saving?" His gaze snapped back to her. "There." That one struck. "You did?" he said. "Last night, yes. On Main Street, yes. At City Hall, yes." His jaw flexed with each memory. She covered his hand on the rail with hers before he could disappear into guilt again. But not forever. His fingers turned beneath hers, palm up, catching her hand. Holding it, not restraining, holding. I know that. Do you? He looked down at their joined hands. For a long moment, he did not answer. When he did, his voice came out rough. I know how to protect you. Her chest tightened. But... His thumb moved across her knuckles. A careful stroke. A devastating one. I don't know much about the rest. Oh. Rose felt the words settle inside her. There it was. Not command. Not possession. Terror. A man built from vigilance, suddenly standing in front of something he could not guard against. Happiness. Love. She turned toward him fully. Then hold me. Matlock's eyes darkened. The hand around hers tightened once, then loosened. Rosebud. There was a warning in the nickname. There always was now. Warning and want and the ache of a man who had gone hungry too long beside a locked door. She stepped closer. Do you think I don't know what I'm saying? His throat worked. I think last night was hell. I think today wasn't much better. I think you're tired and hurt, and I think I have wanted you long enough that my judgment where you're concerned is not fit for polite company. Heat moved through her, slow, certain. You keep trying to protect me from you. For good reason. No. His eyes searched hers. She lifted her free hand and touched his chest, careful of the bruises she knew hid beneath the clean shirt. You are not another disaster I survived. He closed his eyes, only for a second. When they opened, something raw looked back at her. Don't make me into something gentle. I'm not. Good. I don't want gentle, she whispered. His breathing changed. She felt it beneath her palm. I want careful, she whispered. I want honest. I want the man who comes when the town burns, and the man who lets an old nurse bully him into a chair. I want the man who kept photographs of Bellweather because I kept ending up in them. His mouth softened at that. Barely. I want the man who watched a rose bush because my mother planted it. Rose, I want you. The barn fell silent. Or perhaps the world did. Matlock did not move. For one heartbeat, she thought he might still refuse. Not because he did not want her, because wanting had never been his problem. Letting himself have anything was. Rose stood on her toes and kissed him. Not angry this time. Not desperate. Certain. His breath left him in a shudder. Then his hand came to her waist. Slowly, as if he were asking her body a question. Rose answered by leaning into him. The sound he made was low and broken. His mouth took hers with a restraint that trembled at the edges. He kissed her as though he remembered every reason to be careful and hated each one for being necessary. She slid one hand into his hair. No hat. Nothing between her fingers and the dark strands, still damp from sweat and the day's heat. His control faltered. His arm tightened around her waist. Rose felt the strength in him, the leash on it. That was what undid her. Not the danger, the choice. He broke the kiss first, breathing hard. We should go inside. Her lips curved against his jaw. Should we? Yes. Why? Because if Isaiah walks in here, I'll have to bury him under the feed bins. A laugh burst from her. Bright, startled, Happy. Matlock stared at her as if the sound had struck him somewhere no bullet ever had. Then he kissed her again. Harder this time. Not enough to frighten. Enough to promise. The walk back to the house was quiet. Not awkward. Not innocent. Matlock kept her hand in his the entire way, as if he had finally accepted that holding her did not mean taking her prisoner. Inside, the house had gone dim. A lamp burned in the hallway. The kitchen stood empty. No refugees. No women watching with dangerous eyes. No Isaiah lurking in doorways. Or if he was, he valued his life enough to remain unseen. Matlock paused at the foot of the stairs. Rose looked up at him. The darkness around them felt soft. Private. He lifted her hand and pressed his mouth to her knuckles. The gesture was old-fashioned, tender, and somehow more dangerous than every rough word he had ever spoken. "Last chance to tell me goodnight," he said. Her pulse leaped. "Is that what you want?" His eyes held hers. "No." The answer came without hesitation. "Then take me upstairs." His gaze burned. Still, he did not move. "Say it plain." Her breath caught. Not because he doubted, because he refused to blur the line. A man like Matlock Grist had built his soul around lines. Tonight, Rose loved him for it. She stepped closer. "I want to come to your room with you. I want you to touch me. I want to stay." The breath left him slowly, like surrender, like prayer. "Rosebud." "Yes." He led her upstairs. His room surprised her. She had expected darkness, austere furniture, a weapon on every surface. There was some of that. A pistol safe near the dresser, heavy curtains, boots arranged near the chair. But there were books on the nightstand, a photograph of his parents on the dresser, a quilt folded at the foot of the bed. The room smelled of him. Clean cotton, cedar, leather. Something warm beneath it. Rose stood just inside the doorway while Matlock closed the door. The click sounded final. Not trapping, choosing. He turned back to her. Without the yard, the town, the radios, the men, the duties, the entire world demanding him, he looked almost uncertain again. Not weak. Never. But stripped of purpose beyond her. Rose walked to him. She unbuttoned his shirt carefully because of the bandage. His breath caught when her fingers brushed skin. "I'm not glass," he said. "No." She eased the fabric from one shoulder. "But you are injured." His mouth shifted. "That bother you?" "That you're hurt, yes." "That I'm scarred?" Her eyes lifted to his. The question had been too quiet, too carefully placed. Her heart twisted. She pressed her palm to the scar along his ribs. "No." His eyes closed. A tremor moved through him. Not fear this time. Need. Rose kissed the edge of that scar. Matlock's hand sank into her hair. Careful. Always careful. She looked up. "You don't have to earn this." His jaw tightened. "Don't know if I believe that." "I know." Her fingers moved to the button on his jeans. "Let me prove it." After that, the night stopped being about fear. It became touch. Trust. Matlock undressed her slowly, pausing at every bruise as if his mouth could apologize where words would fail. He kissed the marks on her arm with a reverence that made her throat close. He kissed her bandaged palm, her shoulder, the pulse beating at the base of her throat. Rose touched him in return. The old scars, The fresh bruises, the hard muscle and warm skin, the places the legend had hidden the man. He trembled beneath her hands, not from weakness, from being allowed. When he finally laid her beneath him, he held his weight away from her, one arm bandaged and stubborn and shaking. Rose drew him down. "Matlock," she whispered, "I don't want to hurt you." "You won't." "You don't know that." "I do." His eyes searched hers. She touched his face. "I know you." The words broke something open in him. His kiss changed, deepened, lost the last thin edge of distance. There was nothing polite in it now, nothing distant. But there was care in every rough breath, every grip of his hand, every pause where he waited for her answer and found it in the arch of her body beneath his. Rose gave herself to him because she wanted to, because after smoke and fear and duty and years of unspoken wanting, she no longer wished to stand outside her own life holding the door closed. Matlock moved as if each touch cost him restraint and gave him wonder. When she whispered his name, his control nearly went. When she whispered it again, it did. Not brutally, not carelessly. Instead, with a shuddering surrender that made him bury his face against her throat and hold her as though pleasure had become another form of survival. Rose clung to him, not because she needed saving, because she had finally found the man who had been waiting behind the myth. Afterward, the room settled into darkness and breath. Matlock lay beside her, one arm around her waist, his bandaged arm resting carefully against the sheet. The window stood ajar. Night air moved through the curtains. Somewhere outside, a horse shifted in its stall. For the first time since the riot began, no radio spoke, no siren wailed. No one called his name. Matlock's thumb moved slowly against her hip, a quiet, disbelieving touch, as if he expected the world to take her back if he stopped reminding himself she was real. Rose turned onto her side to face him. His eyes were open. "Of course." "Matlock." "I'm here." The answer came instantly. Her chest warmed. "I know." He looked almost startled by that, as though being known still unsettled him. She reached up and brushed a lock of hair from his forehead. He caught her wrist and kissed the inside gently. Then his expression shifted. The old shadow returned. Faint. Stubborn. Predictable. "You know you can still leave." Rose studied him in the dark. There it was, the last line he had drawn in the dirt. Wanting was not taking. Loving was not trapping. His fear of becoming someone who kept what had not been freely given. She could have been wounded by it. Instead, tenderness rose through her, fierce enough to ache. "I know." He went still. She smiled, though he might not have seen it in the dark. Then she moved closer, tucked herself beneath his chin, and rested her hand over his heart. It beat hard under her palm. Alive. Human. Hers, if he ever learned how to believe it. "I know, Matlock." His arm tightened around her. Only slightly. Enough. Rose closed her eyes. She had chosen to stay. And for tonight, that was all the answer either of them needed. Chapter 15. Still Standing. 3 days later, Bellweather looked like itself again. Not entirely. There were still sheets of plywood where glass should have been. The courthouse steps bore faint scorch marks despite 3 separate attempts to scrub them away. The flower bed outside the bakery needed replanting. Mrs. Calloway's new pie booth was apparently larger than the original and significantly more patriotic. But the town lived. The town healed. The town argued about nonsense again, which, according to Mayor Walker, was the surest sign that civilization had survived. Rose stood beside her office window and watched Main Street move beneath the afternoon sun. Traffic rolled steadily. Children rode bicycles. Volunteers finished repairing a fence near the courthouse lawn. Life had resumed. The strange thing was that it no longer felt exactly the same. Her desk remained covered in paperwork. Her inbox remained terrifying. The mayor remained incapable of locating important documents unless they were physically attached to his forehead. Everything was familiar. Everything was right. And yet, Rose leaned against the window frame. Something inside her had shifted, not broken. Shifted. The office door opened. Mayor Walker entered, carrying 3 folders and an expression suggesting administrative tragedy. Rose. No, I haven't said anything yet. You brought folders. Fair. He dropped them onto her desk. Rose glanced at the labels. Insurance, recovery, budget. She immediately regretted looking. The mayor studied her for a moment, then smiled. A small smile. A knowing one. Uh-oh. Rose narrowed her eyes. What? Nothing. Henry? The mayor's smile widened. You know, most people spend all day looking at Main Street. Rose waited. You're looking west. Her stomach betrayed her with a ridiculous little flutter. The ranch sat west of town. The mayor continued smiling. Rose considered throwing a stapler at him. She had learned that from Matlock. Probably. Get out. Mayor Walker laughed. Leaving. He reached the door, then paused. His voice softened. Grist is a good man. Rose's throat tightened. I know. The mayor nodded once, then left. The office felt quiet after that. Rose looked back out the window. West, toward the ranch. Toward the man who still somehow occupied half her thoughts while leaving room for everything else. A soft breeze drifted through the cracked window. Outside, the courthouse rosebush moved gently in the sunlight. Rose stared, then smiled. The bush had survived. First drought, then smoke. Heat, ash. It had survived all of it. Her mother used to say roses were stubborn things. They grew where they pleased. They bloomed where they shouldn't. And they refused to apologize for either. Rose looked at the clock. 4:37. Close enough. She grabbed her purse. The ranch road felt shorter than it used to. The gates opened. The fields rolled by. The house appeared on the hill, and for the first time in her life, Rose realized she was not driving toward a place. She was driving toward a person, not because she needed him, because for the first time in years, everything felt exactly right. She found Matlock near the south fence. Of course she did. The man could coordinate emergency response across 3 counties, but given free time, he immediately started repairing things. He stood beside a section of newly replaced fencing, sleeves rolled up, hat low against the afternoon sun. One hand rested on a fence post, the other held a hammer. The sling was gone. Carla would be furious. Rose smiled. Matlock looked up. The moment he saw her, everything else disappeared. Not dramatically, not theatrically, simply. His attention settled on her, and stayed. Rose stopped beside the fence. You're supposed to be resting. His mouth twitched. Been hearing that a lot. Because you ignore it a lot. I suppose that's fair. Silence settled comfortably between them, the kind that no longer needed filling. Wind moved through the grass. Cattle grazed in the distance. The Texas sky stretched endlessly overhead. Matlock leaned against the fence post. You get off early? I left. His brows lifted. Walked out? Walked. Mayor no? Probably. That earned the faintest smile. Rose loved those smiles. They felt earned. She stepped closer, close enough to touch him, close enough not to. Matlock watched her, patient, waiting. Always waiting. As though she still needed room to choose, as though he still didn't understand she already had. Rose looked toward Bellweather in the distance. The town sat beneath the afternoon sun, bruised, healing, home. Then she looked back at him. His gaze never left her. Town finally let you go? The question came softly. Rose smiled. No. His expression softened. Good. Because neither of them would ever leave Bellweather. That was never the choice. The choice was simpler. Rose stepped forward and took his hand. The rough, scarred hand she now knew almost as well as her own. His fingers closed around hers immediately, instinctively, like coming home. I'm staying. The words hung between them. Simple, certain, final. Matlock went still. For one terrible heartbeat, Rose wondered if he had stopped breathing. Then she saw it. The disbelief, the hope, the joy, the fear, all fighting for space inside a man who had spent years preparing for every possible disaster except happiness. Rosebud. His voice broke, only slightly. Enough. Rose's eyes burned. Because somehow that one word carried everything. Every photograph, every warning, every mile. Every sleepless night, every moment he had loved her quietly, while convincing himself it was enough. She squeezed his hand. It isn't because I need saving. I know. It isn't because I'm grateful. His jaw tightened. I know. It isn't because I don't have some other place to go. The wind moved through the pasture. The world held its breath. Rose smiled through the tears gathering in her eyes. It's because I love you. Matlock closed his eyes, just for a second. When he opened them again, they were brighter than before. He lifted her hand, pressed his mouth against her knuckles, and for the first time since she had known him, the devil of Bellweather looked completely defenseless. I love you too, Rosebud. No hesitation, no fear, no retreat, only truth. The fence, the ranch, the town, the riot, the smoke, the scars, all of it faded beneath those 5 words. Rose stepped into his arms. Matlock held her carefully, then tightly, then, like a man finally allowing himself to keep something he had spent years believing belonged beyond his reach. The sun drifted lower over Texas. Bellweather waited in the distance. Strong, stubborn, still standing. Just like the people who called it home. Rose rested her head against Matlock's chest and listened to the steady beat of his heart. The town would heal. The smoke would fade. New windows would replace the broken ones. Life would keep moving the way it always had. And when every single long day was over, Rose knew exactly where she would be. With him. Home. Thank you for listening. If this story left a mark on you, tell a friend or 3. And if you have a moment to spare, leave a review in the comments below. Your kind words help keep the fire burning for indie authors like me. Your words are my fuel. Your support is my magic. Want to see more? Visit my author page on Amazon at https://www.amazon.com/author/VP Nightshade.